Welcome everyone to the first project of our Android developer course, and I'm very excited that you are with me on this journey. And what I intend to do is that in this one we will be creating, in the first project we will be creating a birthday app, and on the same levels like we will be creating a dice roller app and then maybe a points counter app, and all of these apps will have a little bit of like a similar ideas, such as that you will learn what are different views in a phone and what is the different layouts and orientations in the mobile screen. So all these three projects that are on the beginner level will be primarily like covering the topics such as views. So first and foremost, uh, if we want to understand the mobile phone device that we have, then we have to just look at any of our apps. So for example, just for the demonstration purposes, I would say YouTube mobile apps, in order for us to understand what is a mobile screen, right? So for example, if I am on this type of screen, just to give you like a sense of what is a view and what is the mobile screen and how to understand it. So for example, here we have a text written. This is called home, right? So that is our text view, and now we have this icon image, so we can say it's our image view or image button. Here we have another text, so you would guess it right that it's a text view. And then here we have another image, so this is a image view. And again, like if we have some buttons, then they are the button views. So if you look here, and obviously there are various kind of views, but relevant to this project, we might be just using the text view and the image view, because we are just building a birthday app, right? So here we see that all of these views are enclosed in one parent view, right? So these are also known as child views. So each app or each mobile screen can have like multiple child view but one parent view, right? That parent view is enclosing all the children views inside them, so all the children views are going to be inside the parent view. So let's say, and we call that as layout as well. So if I come in here and see that, okay, we have one screen like this, and then we can have image, we can have text, we can have button inside it, but it is still enclosed in a big layout, right? That is called our parent view. So, and now we will also, as we build the project, we will also get into the different kind of, there are different kind of parent layouts that we can use, but what I would be starting with is very basic. So as we progress further into this project that we are going to build, I'm going to further elaborate on what is the relative view and what is the linear layout view, right? So what we can do is we can just say, um, okay, let's select empty views activity, and we can name it as birthday card app, right? Okay, and we are going to wait for the projects to finish building. So once our project is finished building, we have to understand some of the things here. So the Kotlin logic that we are going to write, of course in this project we are not going to write any of the Kotlin code. I would do my best to avoid something like that, because that is going to be too much for you guys to handle. So in the main activity in the Java's folder, we have all the Kotlin code that we are going to write and all the logic, right? So for now it's not relevant, so we can just close it. The drawable folder is going to have the photos, right, the resources, so such as photos or png or jpeg or any kind of stuff. And the layout folder is going to have our main layout, right, the first page of our app. And I will also teach you how do we create like a second page of the app, right, and that we can learn later. So for example here, by default it has like generated the constraint layout, which is a bit advanced, so we'll not go there. And here what I'm going to do is just show you for the demonstration purposes, and then we can go back to the explanation and everything. So for example, what is this? This is a parent layout of an activity, right? So all of the views, for example, we have this hello world in here, we can have an image view. What I'm trying to demonstrate here is that all of the views are going to be inside the parent layout. That's what I'm trying to demonstrate here. So let's say we can just okay, let's just remove this. Okay, so for example, all the views that we have are inside this parent layout, right? That is understood. Now we are setting the orientation that okay, vertical, so that means we have a text and we have an image below it, right? But if I change it to horizontal, then the image comes right next to the text, because it is coming after the text, right? It is coming after the text. So okay, this is not necessary because it's a linear layout. Okay, now we can achieve the same thing with the relative layout as well, and I'll show you a relative layout. We can change that. I can remove this. Okay, now what we are seeing is that the text view that we had has disappeared because the image is being displayed on top of it, and there is no order here, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this an ID so that I can reference it anywhere that I want, and I can name it text view 1. Okay, and now what I want is that image, if 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 my requirement is that the image should be displayed the below the text view, so I would just say below, what is the ID? Okay, so now you see we are achieving the same thing, but it has more flexibility as compared to the linear layout, right? So we have achieved the same output that we were getting with the linear layout and setting its orientation vertical. So this is one thing, and now I will show you one image. So for example, in linear layout you can place the views like in relative layout you can place the views like this, right? uh, and you can have them in a custom order, right? But in the linear layout you have only like the way I showed you, the image view was here, horizontal or vertical. So relative layout gives you more flexibility, and obviously as you practice more with it you would understand that how powerful relative layout is. Okay, now for example for the last demonstration, okay, so if I remove this, now I want the image to be next to right of. Now again I have achieved the same output as I was getting from linear layout and uh, were horizontal orientation. So in the beginning, like you shouldn't like experiment way too much with relative layout and go with the vertical orientation type of views, right? So this is a birthday app, and here I'm going to just display an image and nothing much, but this was a little explanation of what you can achieve with linear or relative layout. Okay, now here is one more thing. Whether it's a linear layout or uh, relative layout, the parent layout has to be match parent, the width and the height, right? So if I, for example, if I say wrap content, that means my screen, this is not filling up my whole screen, and this is just uh, being relevant or directly proportional to the view's height, right? But I want the parent layout, the blank screen. If I can just remove this, I want to be able to make the views or display the views on the full screen anywhere that I want, right? I don't want, like, if I display an image view and my screen is just wrapped to that image view, right? That is why I'm not using the wrap content. So here the screen is fully available for me to work on, right? That is what I was trying to demonstrate. So I will just go back to linear layout, and okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an image view, and I can say, okay, we need happy birthday, so maybe 300 density pixels, and the height is also 300 density pixels. And obviously I'll come to this later. Source means obviously pretty obvious that it's where is the image located. And maybe just close this. This is a closing tag, and here I want to type match parent. I want the text to be occupying the like whole of the screen, and here of course I will just change the orientation to be vertical. Okay, and now we can just type text. Okay, happy birthday to you. So here we can just style it a little bit. Text style bold, text color we can maybe give it a red color, Android color. Okay, and now we can also give this a size, and please remember that whenever we have to give a size to text view, then we have to use SP. So okay, we can do this. So now we have written this, but we don't have the image, right? So because source is missing, so all the images, as I had told you earlier, are in the drawable. So what we have to do is you can download the image of your choice. This is very basic app, so I have also downloaded one image, and what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm not sure where did I put the image. Okay, let's just try to locate the image. Yeah, I have this image here, and I will change the name of it because the drawable folder is case sensitive, so I have to like just name the image in the lowercase, and I can just paste it here because I had click copied. Okay, so now I have this image here, right? And what I have to do is I'm just going to go and say add drawable. Okay, this image is not getting displayed. Birthday. Let me check what's the issue here. mm, let's try to rename this. Okay, here is some issue with my uh, the image that I want to display, but let's just debug this. Okay, what is the issue here? mm, okay, I don't know for what reason it wasn't displaying, but regardless. Okay, we have this here. The image is displayed, right, and everything is great, but obviously it is not looking good that the text is not in the order, and uh, certainly the image is also not in the order. So what we can do is we can just say gravity center. Okay, now it's looking much better, and at the same time we can apply this layout gravity center. So now we have a beautiful looking uh, birthday card app, but obviously we have to run it. But if we zoom on it, so while we are at it, so I will try to teach you more things. If we zoom on it, so then there is no space between these two views, right? So what we do is we just simply add the margin 10 density pixels, and now we have a bit of space in the views. And here we are seeing this error because, okay, yes, that is gone because we have closed the view. Now I want to increase the size of it, so it takes maybe we can say match parent. Yeah, because the image is portrait, so that is why it is actually occupying the the sides, but it's a portrait image, so that is why. Okay, I'll just get rid of this, and maybe we can increase the width of it. Okay, and again we can just get this gravity layout gravity. Okay, so now we have this birthday app, right? Now I want the color of the parent layout, because it's white, to be something else, right? Maybe we want the color to be black. So now it's a beautiful looking birthday app, right? And what I'm going to do is I will run this app, and you would see that, okay, I have built my first Android app which says happy birthday to you, right? So that was the lesson that we covered quite a bit in this project, that we have different kind of ways to uh, display an app, display the design and everything. And as you get more ahead in this course, I promise you that you are going to have a lot of chance to uh, experiment more with the layouts and everything. So we have already clicked on the play button here to and it will launch the emulator. So I'm just waiting for the app to come up here so we can just see in practice. And now there are other things that you can also do here, right? Maybe you can bring the text here if you like. If you want, if you don't want the black whole thing, then you can just make this image as the background of this parent layout. There are many things that you can do with it, right? And yeah, so I'm just uh, waiting for the view to be visible here once the app gets launched successfully. Okay, so since my Android Studio is old, so this is not the error that is related to our code. So I'm going to fix that. It is saying that my compile SDK version is a bit fishy, so I'm just going to go and fix it. And in this course, you're going to see multiple like times where I will be fixing the errors. And yeah, so maybe if once you are working, you are also going to see these errors. So I'm not going to explain these things now, but just for the because it came, so I thought that why not just show this also. So I'm just going to, after I have synced the Gradle, here we put like different dependencies for the libraries and stuff in the Gradle module. So yeah, so the build is successful. I'm just going to rerun the app and going back to what we were doing earlier. So yeah, let me just get rid of this. Okay, let's see once again that our app once it comes up. Okay, so our app has started, and if everything goes well, so yeah, this was the thing that we were going to, like, we were hoping to like get it displayed that okay, happy birthday app is on our phone, right? If I go back and I just find this app birthday card and I launch it, then this is here, right? Now we can do one more thing while we are at it. Maybe we can just change the background of this. Okay, and now I can just remove this. So now this is here written, and I can rerun the app and it will look even better. So it is up to you how you want to experiment with this, and you can Google also and find what are the attributes or the properties of relative layout and how you can place the views. It's up to you how you play with these, right? The deeper you will dig, the more you will learn new features. So this is another example of like the happy birthday app. Right now the view is getting here, right? It is in the center, and since it's the first view, so it is getting displayed on the top, right? So thank you so much for watching, and stay tuned for the next one. Okay, see you. Welcome guys to the project 2, where we will be creating a dice roller app where you can click a button and then you are able to see a different number every time when you click a button, or so you would see a different number on the dice, right? And this is our project 2. It is also on a beginner level, but here I will be introducing the concept of variable. And of course all the school and college going people would know that variable we use in the math, and variable is something where we can store the value temporary, right? That is what the variable is for. And what our intent is with this course is with this project, sorry, is to, for example, if I roll the dice one time, then I want the variable to hold that value. For example, there is 6, right, on the dice. So I want the variable to store that value, and then we click again, and then a new value is stored in the dice and the new image is displayed. So without further ado, let's get right into creating a new project. We can name this as dice roll. Okay, and let's uh, wait for our project to be built. And in the meanwhile, you can download the images of the dice from anywhere on the internet. So let's see, I have already downloaded those images, so I have kept those images somewhere here. Let me just locate them. Yes, here I have. So I have downloaded the PNG images in the PNG format, and I have named them as dice 1, dice 2, dice 5, like that, right? So this is this kind of the image that you can like download from anywhere. And once the project is finished building, what we can do is we can just copy these and go to our project, wherever our project is located. I'm going from here, but you can also locate the project from here by going to the explorer the way I did in the last project. So I think once this finishes the build, then I will put the images in the drawable folder in front of you, so you will get a revision of what we did in the last project. So let's just wait for it to be built. Alright, so our project has successfully been built. So I would just go to the rest folder and click here on the drawable, and I'll say open in explorer, and this is what I see, and I go to the drawable and just paste all of my drawable assets, the images, right? So that's there, and all we have to do is go to the layout and change this. I told you in the previous tutorial, I taught you what is linear layout and what is relative layout. So I'm setting the orientation to vertical, and I will create one image view, and in this one you will also learn the button view and how to handle the click, right? So let's just say we want it to be like 400 dips. No, that's too big. Okay, yeah, this is okay. 300 dips, like density pixel, and we can just say source. Let's just put 6. Okay, so I think this is a wrong name that I have on this. Yeah, dice 4 is 6 actually, so maybe we can just go back and rename it to avoid the confusion. Okay, so dice is dice 6, and I'm going to name it dice 4. Okay, so now I have renamed the asset and everything should be fine. So I'm just going to say dice 6. Okay, now if I want to like control this button from the Kotlin code here in the main activity, then I need the ID, right? So I can like link or find this view that I have, right? So I'm just going to name it dice image. Okay, and because in the previous tutorial when we were building the birthday app, we were just displaying the views, right? And we were not performing any action on those views, right? So right now we will do something with these views. So let's just give this an ID as well. So I can find this or perform an action with this view as well, right? So I can say roll button. Okay, and both of these we can bring them in the center. Okay, and now you see that roll button is directly attached to it, so I'm just going to give this a margin of 10 density pixels, or maybe we can just make it 30. Okay, so now we have this beautiful looking UI, and at the same time let's just give this the margin so yeah. Okay, so now we have this. the UI of the app. That is complete. We have what we have done is we have given it the IDs so we can find it in our main activity and perform some actions. So I'm just going to head here and I'm going to write, so I will store this view in a variable as well. So we can say dice image, and what is the type of that view? This is a syntax that you have to follow on a beginner level. RID dice image, right? So this is a syntax to find your view. Whatever the variable name is, that can be anything, but you have to declare the right type of the view. So dice image is image view, and I'll say roll button is not the type of image view, it's a type of button, right? So we have that. Okay, we have done this. So if it's showing red, then you can click Alt Enter. Okay, now we have the views, right? And now what we want to do is we will take the variable roll button, set on click listener, and this is showing us, okay, when we click on it, what happens, right? So I'm going to create a variable and name it dice number, and this is a Kotlin function where we declare a range of between 1 to 6. Give us random number on each click, right? Whenever we click on the button, we are getting a random number between 1 to 6 and we are storing it inside here. Now the difference between var and val is, these are the two ways that we declare variable in Kotlin. Val is something that is permanent and does not change, but var is something that changes, right? That variable we want to change. So because every time when we click on the button of roll, the value of the dice changes, right? That is why we are declaring it with var. Okay, so now this happens, and okay, I'm going to use expression drawable resource when dice number. So whenever dice number is 1, okay, then we want drawable dice 1. When it's 2, then we want 2, right? And similarly we'll just get this, and I'm going to change this here, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll just change this to dice 3, dice 4, dice 5, and dice 6. Okay, now we have this. Else, and now sometime when if something goes wrong, and although here nothing should go wrong, but in case the number is 7, which will not happen, but just to be safe, we are writing an exception code that deals with the error, okay? And so our app does not crash. Invalid dice number, and this is a way because it's going to be a number, right? It's not a text. So in programming terms, it's an integer, not a string. So if we want to display an integer, then we have to use double quotes and a dollar sign so that our integer is displayed. Otherwise, if this was an string or a text, then we can display the variable name like this, but that is, we'll learn later, so let's just not go there. Let's park that idea. Okay, so now we want to do is dice image. Now where did this come from? We have the ID of that view, right, and stored it in a variable because we want to change the image, right, by clicking on roll button. So dice image set image resource drawable resource. It was that simple, and I am sure now our app will work as expected. So in this tutorial you learned how to uh, write the views and then store those views in the variable and then perform actions on those views, right? So we are waiting for our app to be built. Okay, so I am expecting the app to be launched anytime soon on my emulator. Okay, here we go. So moment of truth. Okay, so now we have this. Now what I'll click is roll. Okay, so now it's changing, right? The value was 1. Roll 2. Like again I'll roll, it's 1. 3. 1. 3. 6. 6 again. 3. 5. So guys, this tutorial was a success, and you can also like work with this and try to do something, maybe something different, that for example you can set an image, click one image and then the new image appears. So this was something very simple demonstration on how to like store the value temporarily in the variable, and how to find the views and how to perform button clicks. Actually we covered a lot in this, right? You learned how to click on the button, you learned how to find the views, you learned how to write your first Kotlin code. So we will be learning more of this kind of stuff in the upcoming lessons, so stick around and have a good one. Welcome guys to project 3, where we will aim to create a points counter app, and here also you will see a bit of addition, a bit like a calculator app, that for example if you score like a basket or score some runs, then you can have two buttons. Let me show you the demonstration of this app, although we will create the counter and everything and the layout, but I'm just trying to show you. For example, you want to say, okay, team 1 scored 3 points, so that is 3. Team 2 scored 4 points, so that is 4, right? Then team 1 scores 6 points, that is 9. So everything is going, and then I would create one reset button, although it's not placed rightly here. That we can do that once we redo the project. So if we click on this, then everything is 0 and we start again with the new game. And here again I'll be using variables obviously to store these numbers, and we will be using set on click listener that performs the action on the button, that handles the clicks, right? Because in the previous tutorial I had introduced the concept of how to click on the button and handle the clicks, right? So that's what we are going to do in this app. It's going to be a lot of like play with the layouts, so stick around and let's just get right into it. So first of all, we'll just name this as game counter, and let's build the project. And we have to do a lot of layout work in this one, so we have to create a lot of button and we have to place them in this setting, that okay, this is one linear layout, this is one linear layout, and this is one big linear layout that has these two linear layout inside. And obviously I told you about the orientations. So the main parent layout is of horizontal, right? And this is vertical and this is vertical. So because this main parent layout is horizontal, that is why these two are appearing right next to each other. So this is what we have done. And yeah, let's wait for the project to be built and we will quickly get into it. Alright, so our project is successfully built, and now we'll just go to the rest folder and create our layout, right? And here you can use relative layout or linear layout, it's your choice. but I'm going to use a linear layout, and the orientation is going to be horizontal. Okay. mm, yeah, let's just get rid of this. Now I'm going to have two linear layouts, right? Wrap content, and the orientation of this is going to be vertical. So inside this we'll create text view, wrap content, text is going to be team1 team A. You can give this a size of 25 team A. Okay, and we will create another text view, and we can say score. Okay, score, oh sorry, the ID, because we want to control this and we want to change it according to the button press. So score 1. Okay, and we can just increase the size here, 35, maybe 45, and we can bring this in the center. Okay, this is beautiful. Okay, now we want the buttons, right? So we want the buttons, and here wrap content, and we can name this is 3 points. We can give this an ID, 3 points A, because this is for team A, right? And I'll be just duplicating them. We can have this 3 point A. Okay, name this as 6 point A, as 4 point A. Okay, so we are done with our pretty quickly we are done with our first layout, and I will just copy this and duplicate it here, and obviously this is going to throw an error, so we have to, our IDs cannot be similar, right? Okay, and score 2, and we can just name this as team B. Okay, and now what we will do is, because these two are uh, on the left of screen, so we can just say gravity center. Okay, this is great. And now between these we want some space, right? Because they are already joined together, so we can just say margin 30 dp, and also the second linear layout of team B, we can give it the same margin. Okay, now this is looking good, right? This is looking very good. So now we need one reset button that okay, how do we do this? Yeah, we need one reset button, and that is not going to be okay. Let's create one, let's just say vertical, and I'm just going to create one more linear layout. Okay, yeah, let's just go with wrap content. And you will understand why I'm doing this in a while. I'll just explain. Orientation is horizontal. Okay, so now the parent layout here, it's vertical because I want to place a button inside here, right? So that is why this is another linear layout which contains two linear layouts more. So this is the strategy behind the design. And now we want the button to reset, right? Okay, we can just give this a name, reset, and ID reset button. And also this is just taking the whole screen, so we'll just change it to wrap content. Okay, this is great. And add some margin. Okay, so this is our complete UI. uh, this is looking great, right? So what I'll just do, I'll just close this because we don't need it anymore. And now I will, what we had done in the previous tutorial, we were finding the views and we were performing actions, right? So that's what we will do. But before that, we will create two variable and declare their type var score2. So we have two scores that are integers, right? And now we will be just saying, okay, button 3a 3 point, and the type is button of that view, and we'll say 3 points a, right? And again button 3b 3 points b. Okay, again we have 4a 4b. We'll just correct those errors later. And we have 6a 6b, and here we will make the changes. 6 points b 6 point a 4 points b 4 points a. Oh, sorry, we did something wrong here. 4a is a here, and we need one more here. Button 4b is 4b. Okay, now we have most of our views, and now what we need is score team A is text view where we are displaying our scores, right? Yeah, let's just go back, and we need this to be loaded. So what is the, yeah, so here we are displaying the score, and it says score 1 text view. We can just give it this ID, score 1 text view, and score 2 text view. Okay, we have changed it a bit. Okay, score 1 TV, and the type of that view is this text view. Score team B. Okay, so we have all these views, and don't worry about these errors. If you have put the right correct IDs, then that they will go away anyways. Okay, now what we want is, we have the last view where we want to set the button, right? So reset button is button as well. Find view by ID, reset button. Okay, so whenever reset button is clicked, again I taught you how to handle the click, set on click listener. Then we want these variables, score 1 to be 0, score 2 to be 0, and score team A is going to be 0 as well. because this is an integer, and integer cannot be directly displayed on the text view. It has to be string. It has to be converted to string. So this is converting that integer into a readable string, but the text is still an integer. But that text, that integer, that number is converted to a text format. I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. Score team B is yes, we have set this. No, okay, this is wrong. Yes, okay. Now we are done with this. If you click reset, all scores are 0. Now we have to work on these, right? So if when button 3 gets clicked, what happens? Score 1. So it's like I'm saying score 1 has 3 added to it, right? Because we are adding 3 to the score 1, 3 points. But there is another way to write it. We can write it this way, or we can write it in a short way, 3. Okay. Now once the score is added, update the text view. That is what we are going to do. And we will do the same for our all of the views that we have. Score for 4A. Once 4 points are added, then do that. Once 6 button is clicked, then add 6 point and update the text view, right? Pretty much self-explanatory. And I'm just going to copy these and okay. So button 3B, score 2, and also B, and score 2. What I had done above, I'm just doing the same with the team B, right? Not a rocket size. So I'm just updating this. Score 2, score team B and B. Button 6B, when is clicked, the score 2 also gets added, and team B and score 2 is displayed. And I think that's all the work we needed to do. And let's run our app and see everything in action. There is nothing much that I have done. Most of the things that we have done previously, we have created variable, we have stored the value, we are adding the value into that variable, we are updating the text view, we are just finding the views from the XML into the Kotlin code, right? So this is what we have done, but obviously there are so many buttons, so that might overwhelm you. So we are waiting for the app to come and we can just see. So we will be seeing the app getting launched anytime soon. So let's just wait and we can see if the app is doing what we had expected. So we have this. Now we'll say okay, team A got 3 points, then team A got 4 points, so it's 7. Team A got 6 points. Now team B scored 6 points, then team B scored 4 points, 10. Then they scored 3 points, so it's 13-13. We can click on reset. All teams, like, game is over again. 3 points, 6 points, 6 point, 4 points. So you can see it is getting added correctly, right? And that's how you can uh, work with like your own app where you can perform these addition, subtraction and everything. So that's it for the project 3, and now we will be moving towards a little bit more advanced or mid-level apps. And thank you for sticking around. See you. Hello guys, welcome to the fourth lesson where we will be creating a quiz app, and that app is going to look like this, where we will have some questions and we can, you know, browse through those questions and also keep a track of the score as well. And in this one I'm using a bit more advanced approach and latest approach such as MVVM architecture, model view model, and also live data means that whether our screen orientation changes, the data remains the same, right? The data does not like get lost, okay, or does not get reset. For example, if I click on this, okay, and then I have chosen the incorrect answer, and then I am on the new question. Now if we build this app normally without the live data and data binding, so if I change the orientation, then it would start from the beginning, okay? This activity will be recreated. But when I'm using the live data, that means that it is observing the changes of the screen, or observing the changes of like whether I go excuse me, whether I go to another activity or another app, it is still observing that change, and once I come back or resume it, it will start from where I had left it, right? So that is what is the advanced concept that we are going to uh, explore in this, and let's keep on working on this. Like if I go ahead and like in the end, we will be able to see our result, okay? So the reason that you are seeing a little bit of a delay, it is intentional, that once we click an option, it takes 2 seconds for the next one to load. So that's how. Okay, and now it is showing us that how much we have scored, and we can just say retake, okay? So it starts from the beginning. So this is the app that we are going to create, and it is going to teach you a lot of things, and so far we are doing really good in this course, okay? So let's get right into it. So we are going to start a new project in Android Studio, and we can just name this as my quiz app, okay? And we can just click on finish and the project will be built. Okay, so our project has been built successfully. And now what I will do is, first of all, I have to enable some of the repositories, sorry, the dependencies that we are going to use, or you can say it in a layman language, the libraries. So I'm just going to get them, okay, and I will paste them here. So the reason we use view model is because it survives or adapts to the UI changes, okay? And this is a new type of a technology that Android had launched like 3-4 years ago, I think. And maybe it's not new, but like, yeah. And also in iPhone, most of the apps are built on model view controller, and some are like model view presenter, some mobile use that. And but we are talking about Android. And live data, I had already told you, whatever the data that we set as a live data would like our life cycle aware, okay? Life, what is life cycle? Life cycle, from the name it is evident. It's like every app has a life cycle, right? From start to finish to resume to pause to, yeah, there is a special order to it, and you can google about Android life cycle and what is the correct order. But once activity starts, and then it gets created, and then you can resume it, and then you can like come back to it, and then you can destroy it. That happens when you ultimately kill the app, okay, or exit the app. So that is why we have put these dependencies here. And one more thing that I'm going to introduce in this is data binding. So what this is going to teach us is that if you notice our previous project, then the way we used to find, for example, if our previous project, if you recall, So let's say this is the view, right? So I have to give this an ID and go to main activity and write some code, find view by ID and all that, right? If you remember. But by using data binding, we we don't have to write explicitly find view by ID and what is the ID of the view. So we are going to do things a little bit differently, right? So okay, I will sync the project because this is what you do after you create a new app. And also if your compile SDK is 33, then you can change it to 34. And maybe I have to sync it again because it was already building by the time I had uh, yeah, so let's just sync it again. And first of all, we will create the main activity layout, the layout that we want for this app, right? So what we will do is I'm going to, first of all, to enable data binding, you have to open the layout tags here, because this will generate a data binding class where we don't have to find view by ID for everything. We can just name them and get the access of the view, because this main activity is linked here, right, in the Kotlin file. This XML main activity layout is linked in the Kotlin file, right? So once we enclose whole layout in the layout tags, this ensures that it generates a class for us, or like a, yeah, a separate class for us where all the views are referenced, so we can just write them in a short way. So yeah, I know it is a bit advanced concept, so it will take some time for you guys to get a hold of it once you use it. And but linear layout as we have been doing, so this is something like nothing new here. Orientation is going to be vertical. And now what we are going to do is we can just copy these uh, namespace declarations. Okay, and let's just come in here, open data tags. Usually you don't need this if you just want to find the views, but you will understand why I'm doing this. If you want to control your views from the example my quiz app, and we can just name it as question view model. Obviously this is red because we have not created it. So if, for example, if you want to set a text, right, onto this view from your view model, then you have to declare a variable. Otherwise you can just with the help of data binding just control this view. Like you can set a text if you want to do it in activity, but if you want to do something from the view model, then you have to declare the variable. So similarly I'll just create this class and name it as question view model and extend it as view model. Okay, great. And what I can do here is so first of all, I want to make sure that I have a question, like a question blueprint, what my question looks like. So that is what I'm going to do here. So my question will look like this. It should have a question text. It should have an option A, which is also going to be of type string. And the reason I'm adding these, because if I want to initialize an empty question, then I can do that as well. Otherwise, yeah, so that is bit advanced concept. We will not get into it. Just follow me. Option B is also going to be option C. Option D is also a text, right? And lastly, we have correct option that we are going to, because it's a number, so it is going to be of type integer. So this is what our question is going to be. Now if we want to create one question, two question, three question, we can just replicate this. Okay, so let's just get right into it, and I will just say private questions, oh, sorry, list of. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is question. What is my first question? mm, who is the USA president? Option A, Trump. Option 2, Biden. Option 3, Kamala. Option D, Obama. So right now we know, and now it should give us an error because oh, actually it's not, because I have put, like I told you that in this one, if I'm assigning it an empty value or a initial value, then even if you don't put an value, it will still be okay. So I'm going to put a value here. Lastly, the correct option is Biden, right? So correct option is 2. So this is our one question. Now this is a list, right? The more I make the replica of uh, this question model, I can create the more questions, right? So I'm just going to create 5 questions. I'm not going to create many because I don't have the time. Who is president of Taiwan? Tsai, Xi Jinping, Xi Jin, or Mao, or Carrie Lam. Okay, so now we know the correct option is Tsai, so we'll just change that. Who is president of, let's say, mm, yeah, I can't think of anything. President of, who is Prime Minister of India? Modi, we can say Gandhi, Amit, Modi, and Kejriwal. Now we know the option is, correct option is C, so we will put 3 there. Who is uh, Virat Kohli? Snooker player, tennis player, badminton player, and lastly cricketer. So the correct option is 4, so that is why I'm giving it, and you will understand why I'm doing this. Okay, now I will say who is SRK? Actor, comedian, businessman, or politician? So we know the correct answer is 1. Okay, so now our question list is ready, and you can see that in this list, if I'm making a question, that means this question, then I have to put all the values here and put a comma to replicate it. That this is what is happening primarily. Okay, and now what I will do is I will go back to my main activity, and actually I will create some more things here, so then we will work there. Okay, now I need question text, which is mutable live data, which I already told you. Mutable means that we can change it. So mutable live data type string. Okay, and we have to import it, I guess. Yeah, and we are going to assign it as option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Okay, now we have these variables, okay, which are not the type only string, but they are also live data, because they are aware of the life cycle, and they would be observed, like as soon as like we click another button they would change, right? So what I would do is, since I have declared those variables, I'll go to my main activity, and now you will see why I put the variable here. Okay, now what we can do is we can just cut this. Okay, so the text is, from where are we getting our text? This is the syntax of writing uh, something that we are getting from the view model. So that's how we are getting the question text. Okay, and we can just change the size. Text size is 25 sp, margin is 20 dp, and gravity is center. Okay, now we have this. Now we need buttons, right, to work with. So buttons are going to be wrap content, and obviously button are also going to have a text, right? So again, how do we set the text? View model, and I have already declared option 1, and I will come on later on how to, how to handle the clicks. So we will come on that later. So for now, just, and the gravity of this whole layout is going to be center as well. Okay, so now because there is no text, that is why here it's empty, right? Okay, okay, so now we have four buttons. Okay, so now option 4, option 3, option 2. Okay, now this is great. So we will be, now how do we handle clicks on it? And that's the question. So at the same time, what we are going to do is we will create a function in the view model that is going to help us. View model on button click, okay, so we are going to write this on button click. Now the thing is that we are going to create a new function in the view model, and because once the user clicks on button 4 or option 4, then we know it's option 4. Once the user clicks on option 3, then we know it's button 3. Once the user clicks on button 2, we know it's option 2. And once the user clicks on option 1, then we know it's button 1. So this is what we have said, and the reason this is giving an error because we have not created this function, right? So I'm just going to simply come in here and write a function on button click, option number integer, and now if we go back, then that error is gone. So what we have to do now is we will be creating another function, handle button click, which takes in option number as the parameter. So we know whenever any button is clicked, it is bringing that number with it. That, okay, we are already aware, we are storing it here, that okay, we have clicked button 1, right? Because we are setting the value here, right? So make sure you get a good grasp of that. So now here, whenever I click on some button, I will know what button I'm clicking. Okay, now I have to go, or maybe I can just work here maybe a little bit more. So obviously we have to keep a score check, so that is going to take var, because var we use with the variable that whose value changes, right? And we use val with the val with the variables whose values are consistent. So score is always changing with one click, right? And we are also going to take counter, so that keeps track of our uh, uh, like questions, that on which question are we load questions, and I'm going to pass counter here, and I'll just simply click here. So that means we have one function that helps us to load the questions, right? So now how do we do this? Current question. Okay, and okay, so we have this list, right? So I'm just going to bring it here, and now this is the way the long brackets that can help us to inquire, because okay, let me make you understand the list. So the list, this is the first item, right? So this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. That's how lists work in Android, that they have the index number which starts from 0. Okay, and so how do we know that it's a first question? So we have already set the counter to 0, and now we are querying or going into this list and telling it that okay, whatever the counter number is, load that question. And the first question is init, means initializing. Whenever our app starts, start with 0 and load the first question, because it's 0 0 0, right? I could have done this like this, but then I cannot use this variable, right? So I have to be able to use this variable across all the functions that I have. If I don't declare it outside the scope, in other words, the scope becomes limited. Now I have the access to this variable in the whole functions, right? So that is why that is what I'm going to do. Okay, so now I have already given it a number, that okay, load from here, and what it's going to do is, okay, so what it's going to do is current question, no, so it's going to do is question text value, current question. Okay, so let's just change this to option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4. Okay, now obviously here we have to make the changes as well. Option A, option B, whatever the value is being set here, right? And this is the mutable live data uh, that we have, is going to take in that value. Okay, that's how we are doing it. So option C, option D. Okay, this is what we have done. Now our question will be loaded. So now what do we do with the loading the next question and everything? And here comes the very nice part. So once any option is clicked, I told you this is handling the on button click. What happens is, while current questions again, counter, Okay, if current question correct option is equal to option number. So this is where I have like used a trick where I'm checking that okay, if this button is telling me which button is clicked, whether it's first button, second button, third button, fourth button. So I'm just checking that okay, in this model, if the correct option, which is 1 2 3 4, matches any of the button number, right? If I have clicked on button 2 and also in the question the correct option is button number 2, that means they are equal. That means it's a correct answer, right? Okay. So what happens is make my score. I can write this either this way or this way. Increment my score by 1. So I'm just going to remove this. Okay. Else nothing will happen. Else do nothing. But what will happen regardless whether it's a correct question or a incorrect question attempted, my counter will increment. I would be going to the next question. This is what I'm doing. Okay, so now what we will do is also I'm going to write a code if counter is less than question dot size, and I'll just tell you what I'm doing this what I have written here. Just be patient. So we have to import this. Okay, so now what I have written is load question counter. So whenever I click on some button, check if it's the button that I have clicked and the correct option, the number matches. Okay, give me one plus score. And then like just change the question, go to the next question. Okay, and also this is the function that helps us to check the size. So for example, we right now I can see it that these are 5 questions, right? But when you are using the app you don't know, right? So this is inquiring the size, that how many questions are there and what is the counter. So as long as the counter is less than the question size, load the next question. Else what it needs to do is handle if the counter like has reached, if the questions have finished and counter is, you can say, equal to the question size list, or the counter that we are incrementing, that okay, take me to the next question plus 1, take me to the next question plus 1 here. Then what is happening is that okay, we have reached the end of the quiz. So then what we want to do is handle quiz completion, because as long as there are questions in the list, our counter size will always remain less than the question size or the question list size. Okay, so I'll come to this later. Okay, and also what I will do is I will create one function get score, and that means this is returning the score or returning an integer, so that we have got the score. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some more live data so that we can navigate to different activity, right? Navigate to result, mutable live data, boolean means true or false. Just like string is a data type, boolean is also a data type. While get navigate to result, live data, boolean, So that means we can change its value and then we can get navigate to result. Okay, now we'll come back here and work on this a little bit. Handle quiz completion. Navigate to result is value true. Fun on navigate to result complete. Once we go to the result activity, navigate to result value is false again. Okay, so now we will get the access to this one, navigate to result, in the main activity, and we will use this to go to another activity. But for now, like, you have seen that how are we loading the question, like whether it's a correct question or incorrect question attempted. Just increment the counter until the counter is smaller than all the questions that are available. Once we have reached the limit, take us to the quiz completion. And this is what I have written, is that this is just creating a little bit of a delay once we click on the function, right? Once we click on the button, that okay, 2 seconds and then the new question loads. And you see that I'm using this load question, the same function that I had used in the start, that okay, uh, once the app start, it starts from the 0, right? But once I increment the counter, I reuse this function, and now this counter has been updated. So this will also show us the updated question, right? Because if the counter value is 1, then it will show us this question. If the counter value is 2, then it will show us this question. But when it starts from 0. So I think we are pretty much done on the view model part, and I will go to the main activity and do work there. Okay, so as pointed out earlier, that this is going to be a little different. So activity main binding, because we are using data binding, where we can, otherwise you were seeing, right, that is the difference. In the previous tutorials we were just finding view by id. So this time we have like set the text or controlled our buttons from view model. So that is why, by using data binding as well. So that is why we have to do these steps. View model, question view model. Okay, and now I will just write binding, data binding utilities or utils set content view, and we'll just add this. View model provider, this get, and this is where we are initializing our view model class. Okay, we got it. So now this view model has been initialized, and we are just writing this line, and this is automatically, once it is initialized, it is loading the question because of this block. Going back there, binding dot view model is going to be is equal to view model, because this variable that we had set, if we come here, that we have to set, right? Okay, so now what we will do is, okay, going back to main activity, okay, binding dot lifecycle owner is this. Okay, now we will navigate to result, this live data that we had created here. Now you see we are using it. So that means it is telling us, if we want to navigate, that means true. if the quiz has completed, that means true, right? So we can go to the result activity. If it's not completed, then it's false. So we'll go to main activity and work on it. Observe this observer, navigate. If navigate, I can write this like this: if navigate is true, or I can just keep it like this, and that still means if it's true. Val intent. Intent means like creating a call to going to a different activity, result activity, which we have not created yet, but I'm just writing a code. So intent put extra. While we navigate to that screen, we can send the value of score along with it. Start activity, intent, and also on navigate, result to complete. So I'll just explain this in a while, that what we have written, although it is very easy, but still. Okay, we can name this as result activity. Okay, so we had created a function to receive a score, right? You remember? This is where we created, like, okay, whatever the score is, just give us that score, right? So this is what we had written in the view model, and that is what we are doing, is that we are going to the main activity and just with the help of view model we are getting that score and storing it into the score like variable. And intent means that we are going from this activity to another activity, right? And it is bringing the score of that result that we have, right? So this is what we have done. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to go to yeah, result activity and work there. So in the result activity, first of all we will write some code here, and here I'm going to use the same old approach that we were using to find views. So you will be like spotting the difference, that uh, what is the difference, right? That why you need to use data binding and why like when you don't need to use. Okay, so we can take this also as orientation vertical. Okay, let's say we can just say text view, wrap content, gravity, center. We can set the text, use scored. Okay, yeah, let's just give this a style, size also. Okay, and now I'm going to use id, because in one activity I'm not using this usual way, use scored text. Okay, and below it I'm going to add a button, text retake, and we can just give it an id retake. Okay, this is good. Okay, lovely. So now we have these views, and now we know the drill. We will just go here and find these views. Well, result text, and it is the type of text view that we have, so we are going to find it with the text view. Our id, use scored text, and well, we have the button for retake. It is of the type button, so we are going to just name it as retake. Okay, or I can do this private late init. That means it will be later initialized. Result text private late init button retake. Okay, yeah, so let's just remove this, we don't need this. Okay, and don't worry about these errors, they should go away. Okay, so now what we want to do is val received intent and received score, received intent get integer extra, because that was an integer value that we were sending here, right? The score is an integer. And what is the key name? Score. You have your spelling should match it to the main activity where we were sending it, right? If I can show you, we gave it this spelling, right? So we'll just go here, result text view, text is going to be you scored received score. Okay, and now retake button is going to take us to button retake, set on click listener. You know this, we have done this before. Start activity, intent, this main activity, class Java. Okay, so I believe that our app is done and this is the moment of truth to run it. So let's see what happens. Okay, so our app is going to be, yeah, it has launched, and let's see. Okay, great. So we are seeing our first question, and I will just choose a wrong answer for first one, or maybe I can just go and show you that what is the correct answer. So for example, okay, this is really like huge. So for the first question the correct answer is 2, right? But I will choose 1, and we have around like 5 questions. So okay, so you saw the 2-second delay, and then the new question has loaded. For second question is correct option, so I'll just choose that. Okay, now I'll just choose the wrong one for third question. So I have 2 correct answers, right? And then I'll choose this one also, cricketer, the third correct. So I should get, yeah, 2 score, right? So this was the video that I wanted to bring to you, and I hope you enjoyed it. And if I click on retake, then it just gives me the the all the questions. And one more thing, if I reset I change the orientation, I'm seeing this, I'm not seeing the first question. So this is the beauty of live data, that even though there are orientation changes, you can still continue from where you left. This is the reason, you know, when you are scrolling on Facebook, once you scroll and then you come back from another app, it is still starting from there, right? And I can show you that to demonstrate it. So I have exited and I'm just coming back to this, and it is still loading from there, right? So I'm attempting the quiz once again. Now all my answers were correct, so I got 5 score, right? And I can just click on retake, and then it works right from there, right? So it has been great honor to develop this course, and I will be putting more videos into it, right? That we have around 3 more projects to go. So looking forward to it, and see you in the next one.
Hello guys, this is my first tutorial after taking a really long break from YouTube, and today what we are going to do is we will try to build this note taking app. on like Kotlin language, and uh, basically I'll be using lots of latest technology of Android in this, such as Kotlin coroutines, room database, MVVM architecture, navigation, and two-way data binding. And we will like the app is going to look like this, where you have the home screen where all the notes are displayed, and you can search through the notes and you can delete all the notes. And at the same time there is a fragment where you can create the notes, you can edit the notes. So this is a very basic app, but with a very good fundamentals and architecture that will go with this app. But if you want to change the design, because I have taken the design from somebody else's tutorial, but feel free to use a new design, because obviously if you follow the channel you know that I'm not a design guy. I usually focus on the basic and the back end stuff. So yeah, what we will do is there is a lot that can be done with this app, but once you have this like the basics, then we can go forward from there. Then we can maybe implement rich text libraries and maybe color our text and make it like style our text. Okay, so we will set up our project, and I'll just name it the note app, and I will try to yeah, we'll just wait for it to be built. And there is a lot of like assets of this, such as drawable resources and layouts that I'm going to use from my previous app. So as like I'll be copying all these, so I will explain also the stuff that I might copy, and also the assets and the dependencies of this project can be also found on my uh, GitHub. So it looks like that our app has successfully been built. So what I'll do is really quick, I'll just go to the app module and add some dependencies in here. And yeah, so first of all we'll just get these, and I'll just delete the other ones that were there before. And I think if you are building this app, then by this time you would know that why do we need this. Is for passing arguments through the activities, and also while we are at it we'll just enable data binding. I believe this tutorial is going to be both for beginners and a little bit like intermediate developers, because um, I will explain some things as we go. So even if you don't know the navigation and data binding, you would still understand good bunch of through this tutorial. So this is the dependencies of navigation components, and this is like room database, lifecycle components, Kotlin components, and coroutines. Coroutines are basically allowing us to uh, generate the code that can help us do the work on the background, because there are threads, right? That on main thread, like main thread usually handles the UI, like how the views are looking, but at the same time we cannot just run our main logic on the main thread, where then our app like would be doing so much work and it would be a lot of load on the processor. So what we want to do is like we want to execute some of the main tasks on the background, and we don't want to put so much load on our main thread. So that is why we use coroutines. What I'll do here is I'll just take these dependencies too, and I'll just copy paste them. Okay, and now at the same time what I'll do is while we are at it, I'm just going to go to this folder and like explorer, Yeah, here we are, and I'll just go to my previous project and take these four or five folders, and replace this into my new project because uh, I want to build. I don't want to like build the layouts from scratch when I already have those, but obviously because we have copied it from somewhere, so there are going to be some errors. And yeah, so this is like the font that we are going to use, and some of the things that I will show you here. Themes, you can delete the night theme. And obviously here, like if you go to the strings, then because this is from the old project, so it is showing the name of the old app, but the note app, we can just name that. And yeah, we have to make these little bit of changes, right, when we are copying from some other project. So yeah, and here we will see some errors. Obviously we will see some errors here because these are just layouts and we have not like hooked them to our activities. So if you have time, you can go through these, such as node list item is that how our recycler view is going to appear. Fragment home is like pretty much self-explanatory that uh, our fragment where we will display our all the recycler view items is going to look like this. And please note this tag, that the reason I have enclosed this parent layout into the layout tags is because we want to enable data binding, and that's how we do it. Maybe if I have a simpler layout here, then I can show you. So for example, this is the layout, this is our layout, but the reason this is enclosed in a further layout tags is that we want to enable data binding. We don't want to like just hook the views by find view by id and like storing them into a variable. We will just find a new way and smarter way and like more robust way to find our views that are present on this layout. So this is like the create note layout, and obviously you might not be able to see the button, but we'll fix that. And for example, these like the edit texts, you can see they are rounded, so it is coming from this here, the drawables, that the custom drawables that we like have taken from my other project. So what I'll just do is I'll just go to themes, and I'll just, because this is also I've taken from another app, again and again I'm mentioning, so we have to update the theme of this app. And now if I go in here, I think after syncing the project, everything would appear just fine. See, this has changed. So now this is working well. One more thing I'll do is while we are at it is that I'll just create another activity, name it as splash screen. And obviously we will not create its layout, so I'll just turn it off because we already have the layout. I'm just going to name this splash screen, and it, I'm not sure what is the problem here. The note and memory content, let me just fix this. You will not get this error because obviously I've taken this from another project, so that is why you are seeing this error. So yeah, there is no error, and what we will do is like we'll just if you will build this project from scratch, then you will not see such errors. So what I have done is that I have created a splash screen, and what I'll do is, obviously because there was no layout that we had created, so I'm going to hook this splash screen to this activity. And what I'll do is I'll just set support action bar is hide, because we want to give that splash screen like whole of the screen, so this will hide it. Okay, let me just Okay, and set support. So what I'll do is, yeah, I'll just fix this somehow. Set support action bar and hide. So that's all. Now what I'll do is I'll just create, yeah, a method. So we can handler dot post delay alt enter. So post delayed, and just give me a second. Okay, yeah, there we go. And what I'll just do, I'll just put 2000, like 2 seconds we want to create a delay. And here what we'll do, because this is decrypted and this will not work, so I'll just add this, and now this will work. And what I'll do is I'll just add start activity, or intent this, and where do we want it to go to? Main activity class that Java. And I'll just import this and we will be done. So I can just add a toast message to confirm that we are going to the main activity, going to main. And if we run our app now, then we will be seeing our splash screen. And likewise, if you have any errors, then you can always let me know in the comment, or you can DM me on Instagram. My Instagram has changed. And after we have like written this code here in our splash screen to take our splash screen and direct it to our main activity, I'll just come in my manifest file, and what I'll do is I'll just put this intent filter, because regardless of our intent, if our intent filter is in the main activity, then our app will only run uh, only direct to main activity. But what we want is that we want to go to the what we want to go to the splash activity first, not the main activity. So okay, there's something wrong. Let me check. Okay, so what I'll just do is I'll just create here an activity tag and get this, and now I'll just paste this here. Okay, now I'll run my app and we'll see. I'll end this tutorial if we can see the display of our app on the emulator. So our emulator is here, and now we should see a toast message. Okay, and the toast message is here, going to main, and this is main activity. And yeah, if you have any questions, please post in the comments below. But what I'll do is in the next tutorial we will go towards I think more the logical side. Okay, thank you very much, see you. Okay guys, welcome to the second tutorial of the Notes app. And so far what we have done is that we have built this app where we have a splash screen, and this takes us to our main activity. And what I'll do here is I'll just go to the manifest, and also because if you can locate the Notes app icon that we can also give to our app, so I'll just change it to drawable notes. Okay, and I can just close this and I can minimize the emulator. What I'll do is now what we have done so far is that we have created the splash screen, and we will move to more work in this tutorial, such as applying the navigation component, where we can create a navigation graph. And yeah, so let's just create an Android resource file and just find here navigation, name it as nav graph or navigation graph if you prefer the full form. And what I'm going to do here is, if I go to my main fragment, then I can just uh, uncomment this. So because the reason this was commented out, because I wanted to show you that we have made it to the main activity. So this is the text view that I had initially put there to show you that we were on the main activity. So now we can get rid of that, and this is the chunk of code that you can use to host your navigation graph that includes your different destinations that we will create later. Or I can just show you here, like here obviously we cannot see the fragments because we have to attach them to the fragments first. So the layouts are already there, and as I have already explained you in the last tutorial. So what I'll do here is I'll just go to my app folder and I'll just create some packages, UI for the appearance, like the layouts and their fragments, and one package for the database and one package respectively for the model view model. So what I'll just do is I'll just create some of the fragments here, and we'll choose blank fragment. We don't need this, so I'll just write delete like one maybe, because we already have the fragments here. So I'll just create some layouts, and then we can just get rid of this, like the unnecessary codes. We don't need this. We'll just go down in here and that's gone. Then again we will just create a new fragment. We will name this as create note fragment, and we can just delete this also. I'm just creating the layouts because there is no option to stop the generation of the layouts when we create the fragments, but you will understand it later. If you don't understand it now, no worries. So I'm just cleaning it up a little bit, and here we would see two two of these, so we can just delete them. Okay, and now what I'll do here is I'll just go here, and there is a layout for this fragment create note. I've done that, and home fragment is fragment home. Now the last fragment I need is the edit note fragment, so that I'll also create here. I mean, we can just put delete here too. So I'll just quickly get rid of this code that we don't need for this tutorial. Okay, that's gone, and now I'll just do is edit fragment edit note. And now here one extra fragment that we have here is delete one. We'll just delete that. So what I have done here is I have just created fragments and I have hooked them to their respective fragments. Okay, what we'll do is I'll just quickly come on the navigation graph. I'll click on this button, and first fragment is home fragment, because we want, whenever the user opens the app, we want the list of the nodes to be displayed. The second fragment is going to be create fragment, and from the same fragment we need the path to edit our nodes. So what I'll do here is I'll just try to create some space for this. Okay. Oh wow, what is happening? Okay. So from home fragment we can go to create fragment. So this is the path that we have created. From same home fragment, when the user clicks on any node and wishes to edit it, we can go to the edit node fragment. But when we press back from the edit node, we can go to home fragment. And when we press, like when we are done creating our node and we save it, the new node, we can still go back to our home fragment. So these are the paths that had to be defined. Okay, pretty straightforward, nothing like rocket science in this one. Okay, so what I'll do here is, um, what I'll do next is to work on, yeah, once our this is done. Now what we have done is, this is that we are hosting our all the fragments on the main activity, and this is the graph that this fragment is referring to. And what will happen is that once we run the app, we might be able to see our home fragment that we have assigned the home to. If you can see this home icon, that means this is the first page of the app is going to be. And obviously why? Because we have put the navigation graph into our activity main layout. So let's see. So if we look here, what we will see is, okay, yeah, now this is showing us our fragment where all of like the nodes are going to appear, and obviously there is this one floating action button is here, and yeah, on and on. So what I'll do here while we are at it is that all these fragments, I told you in the start that we will be using data binding. So what I'll do here is let init binding fragment create node binding, and I'll just remove or maybe comment this. And what will happen here is binding data binding dot inflator r dot layout dot create node false return binding dot root. Okay, so now this is good to go. What I'll just do, I'll just copy these codes and do the same for our three other fragments, but obviously be careful when you're copying it, because you don't want to like misplace the fragments or like attach the wrong fragments to yeah, wrong layouts. So fragment edit node binding, so this is done also. And I'll do the same for home fragment also, is that I'll just change here fragment home, and here I'll just This is just to save time, not the best practice, but I'm making the tutorial here, so fragment home binding. Okay, and the reason if you are not seeing this, if you cannot see the binding class that was generated, is because maybe you might not have like put your parent layout and enclosed it into the layout tags. These layout tags are helping to generate these class for us. Okay, now what I'll do is uh, I'll end this tutorial, and in the next one we will start to work on a little bit of a room database and all that stuff. Okay, so see you in the next tutorial. Thank you. Okay guys, welcome to the third tutorial, and what we are going to do here is we will start to work on our database and uh, yeah, data class, where we are going to assign the values that what values do we want the user to enter. Are they going to be string, are they going to be you know so all that stuff like we will do in this. We'll just create a simple nodes class, and we can use this data tags in order to make it like a data class. And this is basically an object that we are creating, but at the same time, let me just make it first and then I'll just explain to you. So what I'll do here is wall uh, title, node title, maybe node title. The type is going to be string. Wall node subtitle, type is going to be string. Wall node text, type is going to be string. And wall node id, and type is going to be integer. So what I'll do here is I'll just create I'll just add this annotation, because room database, if you are familiar with SQLite database, all kind of database, there are somewhat of tables that are related, tables that come. Okay, so that is why in database, on the background, it works in the shape and form of tables, where one column is for a certain item. So all that, so that is why what we are doing is that we are going to store our node id and the id corresponding to that node and title and all that. So I'll just name this nodes, and I'll just leave it there, and that's all I'll do here. Then I'll just come in here and create an interface, data object interface, nodes DAO, data access object. So I'll just annotate it as DAO, because this is also Android rooms annotation. And if once again I'll just tell you that people used to use SQLite database before, but now Android, like it's been like 2-3 years that Android has launched uh, this room database, where we can, it's a more robust and less boilerplate kind of code. And if you can like look at my previous tutorial, there are one or two tutorial and also the GitHub repository that uh, there was like 7 to 800 lines of codes, but now this way it's going to be really really like short codes that you can write for your database creation. So what I'll do is I'll just use some of the annotations of the room database that will help us insert and search through our list and all that. So let's start, and first of all I'll just create a query. So what this will do is select from nodes, means this spelling of our table must meet 100% exactly to the entity table that we have created. So you cannot make a mistake here, and this is the function that we are creating to get all nodes. and what it will return is a live data list of the nodes. So all the nodes that are in this table are going to be returned through this method uh, as a form of live data, live list of live data. Okay, so this we have done. Now to insert, like when we are adding a node in the database, suspend fun, insert nodes. So we are just referencing that, okay, what are we adding? We are adding node, and obviously what that node includes, we just created that class here where we have added the ID and all that. And while we are at it, one thing I forgot is that node ID and also primary key auto generate. So what we want is that this will be auto incremented when we add a node. The first node is going to be 0, then the second node is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, so these are the columns that I had to, like, I forgot to make, but what I'm doing is that I'm doing it here. So we are naming these like the columns that will include or keep or hold our data. So yeah, this is basically a table creation in like a loose language. What I have created is a table where I'm going to store my nodes. So each column must have a unique name, so we don't want to run into some conflicts. Okay, so again, to update, we can just go update nodes. Again, we are going to update our nodes through this. And for deleting, there is an annotation available for this also. Suspend fun delete nodes, and if we want to delete all nodes, then again query anything that you want to perform on the whole table, that whether you want to fetch from it or whether you want to delete from it, but you are doing it all together, not a specifically one. So then you need query annotation, or if you want a specific one, then there is another way where you can use the ID, but we are not going to go there. So what I'll just do is suspend fun delete. And if you're wondering where did this suspend came from, suspend function is part of like the Kotlin coroutine. So what this is doing is like in Kotlin coroutine, they can be like paused and resumed back from anywhere else in the code also. So yeah, so these are a little bit of a more advanced concept. So I think we'll get into those concepts at some time. So I'll just name this as notes database, and what I'll do here is I'll just copy paste the code, because mostly the codes for this are pretty much boilerplate, especially for this class. And yeah, so even if you are creating another project, you can use the code of this. Just you must change the names to the corresponding classes. What I'll do here is I'll just take the code from my previous project. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to replace this code, and if the spellings are correct, so this needs importing, we'll just import it. Okay, so we have the database ready, and yeah, this is all boilerplate, so you don't have to like really worry about it, but still I can explain it that this data access object must have a reference in the database, because then we will pass it to We'll work on it later. Okay, so database is done. Now what I'll do here is, yeah, maybe I'll end this tutorial here, and what I'll just want to like change a little bit something in navigation graph, although I wanted to show you this because you might not understand this when I'm doing this now, but maybe just do it and remove it from your app later and see the change. So what I want to do is, like, in navigation component, when you are not using it, if you press a back button, then the app exits. But in fragments, when you are using navigation component, then fragments operate in a way where they are stacked upon each other. So if even if you press the back button, if you are, for example, in edit note, you would go to home fragment, but then you would come back again in the edit note. So this is kind of a little bit, you might understand it until you encounter this kind of error. So just to save time, I'm just going to solve it here. So yeah, again, I'll just repeat myself that when you are not using navigation component, then there is it's very easy to press back and go back to the previous activity. But when you are using navigation component and fragments, then it is difficult because then the fragments are stacked upon each other. So even if you press the back button, it will take you to the back fragment, but again launch the first fragment that you had initially clicked back on. So I have to add two lines of codes. um, yeah, so in navigation graph we are going to add these. Mm, so yeah, let me just go to the edit note. Yes, here what I have to add here is app dot pop up to inclusive, app pop up to home fragment. So this, once I am done writing the note, if I click back, then I would just go smoothly to the home fragment. Even I could go previously too without having to write these two, but then it would sometime launch the same edit fragment without me asking, just me pressing back button. Again, what I'll do here is I will go in the action of create fragment here. Yeah, now the error will not appear. If I click back button, then I would just come on the home fragment, and if I click back button again, then I would still like then yeah, maybe I will exit that because for that I have to write the code. But if this is not in your code, then if you press a back button, then you are on the home fragment from edit fragment, and if you press it again, then you are in the edit fragment again, and that should not happen, right? So yeah, what we have done in this tutorial is that we have done our room database work, and we have created some methods that will help us to fetch data, add data, and delete data in our database. Okay, so I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello guys, welcome to our fourth tutorial, and we are building our notes app and it's coming out great. So what I'll do here is I'll just go to the MVVM folder and create some of the files that we need. So I'll just name it notes view model. Okay, and I'll just create one more notes repository and notes factory view model. So I'll try to explain also that why do we need a repository. Repository we need because when we are fetching data from the data access object and the database, then we are storing it in our repository, and then we are accessing this repository in our view model to uh, fetch display the data. So it works like this. This is database. I shouldn't be writing here, but I'm just showing you. And then data access object helps us to work on our database, and then we store through the methods of DAO into our repository, and we attach that data with our views in the view model. So if you want to note that or take a screenshot of it, you can. I'll just delete it. So now what we'll do here is we will work on our repository class, and here what I'll do is I'll just create a constructor here while DAO nodes DAO. Okay, so this has the reference. So whenever we are going to use our repository, we will get an access to our data access object too, which is essential. Okay, so to display all nodes, we are storing from our database to our repository all nodes. And if you remember, then in our data access object we were returning the list, so here also we have to have a list. Oh wow. Okay, there is some error. Okay, yes. So what I'll do here is return DAO dot get all nodes, and if we can go back here, then you can see here DAO has this method. Now it's obviously active, so it's not grayed out. Okay, going back to repository to insert node, we'll just do the same, but obviously we are using Kotlin coroutine, so we have to include the suspend word. Okay, return, no, this will not have a return type. Insert node, and we'll just add that here. Update node, and here to update nodes. Okay, delete node. Okay, and here what we have to do is delete all. DAO dot delete all. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay, so what we'll do here is, okay, this is done, and now I'll just go to my view model, and what I'll do here is I will take a reference of my repository now and also extend it to view model. Okay, great. But at the same time, because our uh, view model class has a parameter or argument in its constructor, so the best practice is that we use view model factory. And this is also a boilerplate code that I will take from my previous yeah, the only reason I'm using this because the best practice is one, if you have a parameter or argument into your parameter for your view model in your constructor, then you have to create a factory view model. So here I'm just going to replace all this, and here, okay, so this shows that we have the repository, and here if we can go in here, and we have also given repository, so that's good. Now we will work on our view model. So here what I'll do is I'll first of all create some variables, and here you will see the data binding, the power of data binding, and mutable live data list. No list, it's mutable live data string. Okay, and now what I'll do here is I'll just input title, input subtitle, input um, note text. So what I've done is that these mutable live data, we will set these into our wherever we need it, especially in the create node, to capture the values of these added texts. And here what we'll do is I'll just add data variable view model, reference it here, example the node app MVVM dot nodes view model, and what I'll do here is to apply data binding. I'm just going to, and not only data binding but two-way data binding. If you only want to display the value on edit text, then use this, but if you want the text whatever is written and you want it reversed back to you, then you can use that equal to sign also before the curly braces. So this is the title. Same thing I'll do here is input subtitle. So this is setting and also getting at the same time. You see, no use of we did not use any kind of view ID or something. Okay, that's great. This is good. Okay, now we'll just quickly go back to our main activity where we can see that if I have created the main activity, okay, so what I have to do is from home fragment, I'll just get this binding.fab means our floating action button, and what I want is I want to open, because by the end of this tutorial I want to show you something. We want to go from home fragment to create node fragment, and so yeah, this is great. And now what I'll do here is I'll just maybe go to the view model, and also at the same time create node fragment because we are uh, binding dot, yeah. So what we have done is that if we click the floating action button on home fragment, then we are directed to our uh, what do you call that, create node fragment, yeah. So we have created these three values, variables, where we are going to save our get and set data from on our edit taxes here. Okay, now I'll just create a method where we can display. Okay, so there is this error of something. There is a problem with SQL missing syntax error. Well, I'll just go and check what's the error there. Okay, database. No. Repositories. Maybe some error here somewhere. Okay, yeah. Because we run the app and we did not like do some work, I think that is why it's not running, but I'll just not run the app for now. If yeah, so what I'll just do is I'll just keep on working and display all nodes is equal to repository and all nodes. So this will display nodes for us. Add nodes. How about making this tutorial a little longer? So what we can do is we can just keep on working and maybe try to run something, okay, and log the values, because we cannot display it on home fragment now because we need the adapter for that. I'll just create some variables while title, input title. So input title's value is going to be stored in this title because we are creating a note. Subtitle, input subtitle, and note text is going to be taken from note text. So here I will create a function fun insert note notes dot view model scope dot launch. Dot launch. Okay, this block is here, and in this block okay, so now what I'll do here is I'll just go to my repository and insert notes, and boom, we are done. Okay, so here I'll just reference this insert node in the add node, and what it's going to do is it's requiring the nodes object instance, and the ID, obviously the first node is going to start from 0, so that's there, and double exclamation sign is the sign of like it's not null value. So yeah, I think yeah, that's it. We are pretty much done for it, and what we'll do is I'll just try to um, yeah, what I'll do is I'll just go back to create node fragment, because here I'm going to, or maybe yes, here in create node fragment I'll do is I will initialize my view model first. Let init for view model is going to be is equal to, it's a type of, sorry, not is equal to, okay, And what I'll do here is while DAO nodes database get instance, because we had passed it was a boilerplate code, so that is why I did not get to explain to you that we are passing an application context into this database. So that is why we need that in our wherever we use the database or initialize our data access object. So here what we'll do is require context node style. Okay, that's great. Now there is our repository nodes repository, and if you remember it is expecting DAO, because if I can take you back to it, then it has here the nodes like DAO uh, instance. So what not instance, like a parameter in this. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just go back to create node fragment, and this is done also. Okay, and now what I'll do is I'll just create a factory where we have nodes factory view model, and what value it has is repository. Even though I copied like two like or three layouts and few classes codes, I'm still showing you that where what value is present. So for example, nodes factory view model has the parameter of repository, right? That constructor. So what we have done is that we have done the same here, so which is great. And now we'll just come to our view model provider this factory and get view model class Java. Okay, that's great. Now one more thing, view model is equal to going to be view model. Now what is this? Because if I can take you back here, then this layout we are using data binding, so this variable needs to have like a backup, if I can say. Like it needs somewhere to be, it has to be attached somewhere, right? It has to be attached to something. So that is why it's here that I have attached this. And binding, because we are using the life cycle, like we are using live data, so it has to be observant of the live data, and this will help us to do that. Okay, once the note is done, what I want is if it's successful, then I want it to take me to navigate it to home fragment to no, we are in create fragment and we want to go to, we can also display one toast message that note saved toast length short show. So now what this will do is this will redirect us to our like the home fragment, and obviously we will not see the notes there, but what I can do here is maybe try to log those values in the, if we come here to home fragment and we have to like um, yeah, initialize at least our view model. So I'll just go to my create node because I want to show you, that is why this tutorial is a little bit longer. So I'll just do the same thing here, just get this and put this in my home fragment. So these are two not needed, I think. because on home fragment we are, I think we are using data binding there, but not the view model, I guess. We'll see later. Okay, so what I have done here is I have just got the access. So what I'll just do here is that this display note is going to return, because from view model when we have this display note, and I don't have the time to, like, I told you many times that this display node is displaying from repository, it is repository is getting from database, database is getting from data access object. So what I'll just do is I'll just log and data fetched. I'll just log it. If we have the note in the database, then once we click save after creating note, then we should see something. So yeah, moment of truth is arriving. I have run my app. So we have some kind of error, and I will look what is the error here. um, okay, some sort of error is here. There is a problem with the query. Okay, so in here, yes, so I think one of these queries are not correct, and I have to see that what is the problem here. Okay, yeah, this is the problem here, that the star has to be here. And now if I run the app, there are going to be no problems, hopefully. But if there are, then we can fix them. Everything can be fixed. And if you are a developer, you need to have a pretty aggressive approach towards here, that never give up. So I'll just pause it, and I think this is building successfully, and once the display comes up, we have done a lot in this tutorial. I think this was the fourth tutorial where we were going to implement MVVM, and now our app has started. Okay, going to main activity. This toast was there when I had created, so I'll just click. Okay, my first note, I'm typing, and what I'm hoping is that we can log these values. First note, my first subtitle, my first text. I'll just, okay, clicking save. Okay, that means note is saved, and our all the work that we have done is like not in vain. So what I'll just do is that I will, to see that note, if it is like, obviously if it was not created successfully, then we would not like see the note saved, but still, just to double check, we are back on our uh, home fragment, and what I'll do is I'll just search. Okay, this is showing empty because yeah, maybe we have not like fetched or something, right? Or this code has a problem, but we can fix it later. But if I can just maybe take a moment here to see. Okay, yeah. Add notes. I think this method, okay, yeah, there is a problem here. What I'll do here is, yeah, one thing we forgot to do is the use of this method. So in this one, the reason I had initialized view more. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll just, the node was not saved, even though it showed not saved because the button was successful, the save button, but actual method of the view model where it was adding the nodes into the system was not executed because we did not call. So yeah, we are back on our uh, splash screen, and then we'll just simply my first note, my first sub, my first text. Okay, so I'll just click save. Now what I'll do is I'll just go to logcat and see. Okay, so yeah, if I can minimize this, you can see here the ID is 1, my first note, subtitle, my first sub, all this is logging. That means this is successful and our database is working, and the only work is remaining is the little things that we have to do is we have to display the notes in the list form, we have to create an adapter and all that, and we have to create a click listener and editing functionalities. But the main task, the main thing is done in less than like an hour. Okay, so congrats to you if you have made it so far, and if you have any questions, you can always DM me on Instagram. Thank you guys, see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the fifth tutorial where we will work on displaying these notes that we have created. And what I'll do is I'll just go in here and maybe create an adapter here in the UI folder, I guess. Yeah, in the UI folder, let's just create an adapter package. So yeah, okay, what I'll do here is I'll just name this as notes adapter. What I'll do here is I'll just create this and also extend it to recycler view dot adapter, and obviously we have to import it. And at the same time I'll just create a class my holder, and this also will have a constructor, and this extends view holder. Okay, so now what I'll do here is I'll just go in here and pass my holder. Okay, and now we'll just implement its methods because we have done this really beautifully. We have like step by step implemented everything. Okay, yeah, now that error will go away. So what we have to do is, because we are using data binding, then we have to not only like find view of the list that we are going to display of the nodes, but we have to inflate it. So there is a difference between uh, hooking the views and inflating, and inflating is the more latest. So got it. What I'll do here is let me just go back to I have to replace this because I did not create any fragment folders, so this is just extra because I don't want any errors. Okay, create note, create note. Where is the, yeah, I have only UI folder. So okay, got it. We are going back to our, and this one can have a notes list because we are going to display through this adapter. Oh no, I don't know why it's showing me some kind of errors. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll just while binding notes list item binding, because this list item is also using data binding, right? So Okay, list item binding is equals to data binding utils inflate layout inflator that we have to create, and I did not create it, I'm sorry. From parent.context. Okay, good. Layout is notes. Okay, we have to import this R first. Okay, layout, notes list item, parent false, and return my holder with binding Okay, the reason this is going to give us an error because my holder does not have any such parameters, so we have to do the same here. Okay, and here with what we'll do is what I'll do here is binding dot root, so that all the errors are gone here. And what I'll do here is pretty much going great. Okay, so simply nodes list size, whatever the values or whatever the number of nodes are present in the list, we can display it. And I'll just create one method so what we are going to do is hook the views with the help of data binding. Node title text is going to be nodes.title with the help of data binding. So okay, so here we have nodes subtitle, node subtitle, nodes, node text, or maybe just text. mm, I think I have to see the view name. It's okay, yeah, we are not displaying the text, we are just displaying title and subtitle on the home fragment, so that is why. And also to implement the on click listener capabilities, we'll just leave it here. I'll just tell you where did this come from. What I'll do is I'll just go to home fragment and you will see that this uh, this note list item has the parent has this ID, because we can click anywhere and we have to go to our desired note location if we click on our list item. So this is, we'll do that. And what I'll just do is I'll just come in here, holder dot bind the views notes list position. Now this can be a little bit complicated, but if you see here, this is expecting, this method is expecting the notes object, right? And if we simply pass the list, it's not expecting the list, but this note object, if we pass it with the position, then it will give us the access to the note's title. So let's see if the position is 1. Okay, for example, if the position is 1, then on one position whatever the note title is and the subtitle is going to be displayed. This is what is basically happening. So what I'll do here is I think we are pretty much done with our adapter, and what I'll just simply do is I'll just go to the home fragment. I will initialize my fragment, initialize my adapter, and what I'll just do here is also initialize my I think let's just do this. Binding dot recycler view layout manager, we want to display in grid layout, and we want the column, it should have like two columns, you can say. So this is good. And yeah, adapter is going to be my adapter, no, notes adapter, and this is expecting a list in here, right? So what I'll do is I'll just get the view model and maybe just use this method simply here and put my adapter inside, and here we are already getting a list because we are observing it from the view model. And simply what we'll do is we'll come in here, binding dot recycler view dot set adapter, and we'll just put it like that. So I'll just run the app and see if everything is working as expected. And feel free to add more nodes because we have already added one node, I think, in our app, so we might just get one node's view. Okay guys, our app is launched, and okay, so moment of truth, okay, it has crashed on the moment of truth for some reason. Let's see why it's crashing. Let me see. Okay, I'll just delete this. Why is it crashing? Just rerun it. I might be able to see the error. Okay, we'll just close the app and see if we can locate the error. Run it again, maybe I cannot see the error here. Okay, let me just put it on side and see what's wrong. A lot of unnecessary text. Okay, yeah, here we are. So the error somewhat we can see here, it says file error inflating class fragment, unable to start. Okay, the error is not too big, but there is some kind of error inflating class fragment. Okay, the adapter has not been initialized. So what I have to do is maybe create a dummy list and put it in here, right? So we can get rid of this error because the adapter has to be initialized. Okay, nodes adapter, and just create dummy list. Okay, that's good. And I'll just put it here and we'll maybe rerun the app and see if our error goes away. So we are waiting. Okay, so our app has launched successfully, but we don't see any note. So let me just try again. Trying my note, trying subtitle, trying text. Okay, so this is not displaying. Maybe what I'll just do is I'll just put this code in here, above here. Maybe get rid of this and now see if we see a little different result. Yeah, there is some error, but we'll fix this. Maybe there is some error of the list, or maybe like initializing error, but we can get around it very soon. We'll try to bring this adapter in here. Now maybe let's try once again. Okay, so the only problem was the place of where I was attaching the adapter, but you see it's working. Now in the next tutorial we will work on the click listener. Okay, so thank you for watching. Okay, hello guys, welcome to sixth tutorial where we will be adding the click listener to our uh, notes list item. So what I'll do is, like, once we click on this we have to go to the edit activity, because if we click on this then we can create a new note. If I click on the node itself, it has to open with these values, and that is where you will see the data binding also. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll just create a bundle. There are several ways that you can send arguments to your activities, but I'm just going to use this one as I'm most familiar with this. Bundle, put string. The key is going to be node title and bundle. Okay, no. So from here, nodes, node title. See, this method is being very useful to us, that we can get the values, we can set the values, we can send the values. Oh wow. So node sub subtitle, and I'll just, yeah, so make sure when you're fetching these values, these spellings and these key spellings are right. These are basically keys that we are assigning. Notes, text, or text. Okay, and we can also send the ID because that will help us to update the note. So we'll just put it as string, but over there we can convert it. We can just write a note ID, yeah. We can just convert it as an integer. This will give us an error, but we just add this, and again what I'll do here is navigation, find nav controller, navigate to from home fragment to edit fragment, right? Because we are editing it, and this it comes, and we can add it here to, as a place of view. So this happens, and then also very importantly we'll pass the bundle in here, bundle of values that we have created. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll just simply go to our edit node fragment, and obviously there is a lot of work that needs to be done here, so I'll just walk you step by step. But first, order of the day is that once we click on that edit, it has to be displayed in those edit text fields, right? So what I'll do is I'll just simply go to the edit node fragment, and I'll see the things that needs initialization first. So yeah, we need to initialize our view model, that's there, and then we have to create some variables where we are going to store the values. Let init subtitle, let init no text. Okay, that's great. Now what I'll do is I'll just simply go to the on view created and start initializing these. So first of all, I'll just go to the create and just copy these things, because this is what we need everywhere, the access to our um, repository and all that. Okay, so view model is done. Now what I need to do is to fetch from our adapter, because the reason, this is very good observation if you made it or not, but this is very main. When we are clicking from, when we are going from our list item to another activity, and this bundle is going to be already, like we can receive it in that edit node fragment, right? Because we have sent it from where, from our list item, from the home fragment. So we added that bundle in that action, along with that action, right? So when this is navigating from home to edit fragment, this is also bringing this bundle with it and its values. So this is great. This is what we exactly wanted, right? So I'm just getting these keys that I have stored there, and okay, I'll just make sure that these keys are correct. So we have taken the value and we have stored it. Into our variables that we had created. Okay, so this is what we have like. Okay, let me just check from here. Notes text. Okay. Why is it giving me an error? Okay. Oh yeah, it's going to be require argument. Okay, toString. So what we have done is that we have saved these values in these variables. We have gotten those values from by clicking on it. And what I'll do is I'll just okay, title edit text is going to have this value of title. Binding node subtitle is going to have this value of subtitle, and simply binding node et is going to have the value of node text. And what I'll do is I'll just run the app to see if this is working, but I think this will I'm not sure if this will work, but let's just try. So our app is here, and I'm expecting if I click on this, then I'm going to edit activity. Clicked. Okay, that's great. This is really good. So what we have done here is, you can see here, this title is like already being displayed here, right? I'll just click on back. Okay, my emulator is a little bit like, okay, trying another note. Okay, this is great. Now this is already holding the text is holding the place in the edit text, right? So this is great. Now what we have to do is we have to change it and we have to update it. This is the work of remaining work of this tutorial. So we have to, half of the work is done, but the other half is like remaining. So what I'll just do is I'll just create another function of fun added notes. Okay, and fun update notes. Okay, and remodel scope launch. Okay, and repository update notes. Simple. And what we'll do is we'll just go and here pass this. Now we will access this function in our edit fragment. So what I'll just do is here view model edit notes. Now this is expecting the notes data object values, right? And we have the access to those values, right? That we want to add it in the update function, right? So what I'll just do here is binding dot update button set on click listener. I'll just go in here and call that function, but obviously there is some work to be done. So to update the node we need the ID first of all. So let's just create a variable and just name it the ID, and here just simply ID and ID. So we have got the ID here, and I'm not sure where the error is. The error is, let me just check. ID is ID, yeah. I'm seeing some error somewhere, but cannot find it where. Okay, yeah, and this is the same error that we were working on. Okay, so once we are like in the update button, what we are going to do is new id to integer, because this id was in string, right? So first of all, this id is the id of the node that we have clicked. This is a very smart way to do it. New id. Now here I will just create new variables to store the values that are present, because these are the values that are present in the edit text. So whatever the values that are in the edit text, we can edit them and we can store them here, and we can just use them to update our text. So binding the nodes et to get text. This is also the get text and set text, right? So we have gotten the text and stored it in new title, right? So I'll just show you this in the practice in a while, so just be patient with me. Hopefully we can finish this tutorial fast. Okay, nodes. Okay, no. Sub edit text node. Okay, there is some I forgot. I have to get the name of it. What was the name in edit? Edit text name is note et. Okay, just go here and note et. Note title is going to be here. Title et. Okay, so what we have here is title, subtitle, new note text. Okay, this is good. And obviously, just to make sure that they are strings, because our data class is expecting string values, okay, I think these all errors should go away, but for some reason they are here. But we can just see what is the problem. Okay, note int is going to id to int. So why there is error? This error is gone, but let's see here. If I can go back to my view model, and what I have done there is okay. So what I'll do here is, after this is done, I'll just run this updated, and if it's successful, then we should be like updating our values, and we should be like seeing that change in that list that is being displayed on the home fragment. So fingers crossed. So the app is running. I don't really like these emulators of Android because they're slow, but just trying to make the best of the situation. So trying my note, I can change this updated title, updated sub new text, and what I'll just do is I'll just update it and see if it's updated. And yeah, it's updated, but the one thing that I did not do is I did not write the code to write the code to go back to the edit to home fragment. Let me just rerun the app. And this is all happening inside the update. Okay, so yeah, what we had done previously, obviously it was successful, but it did not go to activity. So I'll just change again, maybe. It did not go previously to the home fragment. Change title. What I just trying to show you, I'm just trying to show you that our updating is working. Change sub, change text. So if I click update, okay, updated, so it's working perfectly. Now the next 3 or 4 things are going to be, we will update some kind of here the search view, and also deleting nodes, deleting all nodes, and deleting individual nodes. So I'll see you in the next one. Hello guys, welcome to the 7th tutorial of our note-taking app, and we are doing so great and so amazing. So what I'll do is here is I will like because here we can click on the notes and we can update notes and we can add new notes. So now we have to like work on one of the last functionalities, is that implementing here a search bar and deleting notes and all that. So let's just get right into it. First of all, what I'll do here is if we go to the edit fragment, and we can add some things here also. So let's just go to this on create view, and here we can add some of the things that I did not add it before. So this is, I'm just doing to the extra work support action bar, set title. Yeah, I'll just minimize the emulator for now, and you can add this in the oh sorry, in the home fragment, and respectively create node fragment 2. Oh no, this is home fragment. I'll just name it home. Create node needs to have this too, so I'll just add that. Create node. Okay, this is good. uh, okay, so now moving on, what I'll just do here is wall menu host. The type is going to be menu host. Require activity, menu host, add menu provider, this view lifecycle owner, lifecycle state, created. Okay, so this is giving me some sort of one menu provider, and this is giving some sort of error. Yeah, what I have to do here is I have to implement this interface menu provider. Now the error I think will go away. So we have to implement these two methods. Okay, we have got them set. Yeah, where was that? Set option has menu true, and this is decrypted, so we have to sort this, otherwise this will not work. Okay, yeah, so um, so what I'll do here is I'll just decryption or on create view. So we have solved the decryption. Okay, so these two methods are created for us by the menu provider class, and what I'll do here is I'll just yeah, so let's just go and start to work on create menu. We have to inflate so here what we'll do is menu inflator and just okay, so this will display our menu, and I will just run the app and show you what it looks like in the edit fragment. What is the menu that we are looking at? And I have to write some more codes, but this is really that I wanted to show you, because we have the search view and we have the delete icon also, and yeah, I cannot just write the code right away without showing you this. So if we see here, then I think on the home fragment there will be no menu, but if I go into, you see here we have these two, but obviously we are not searching anything in edit node. So what do we do that we make this like disappear, right? So what I'll just do here is just go search view, menu, find item, it's going to be app search bar, and we'll delete icon menu dot find item dot delete. If delete icon is visible, and obviously it's going to be always visible, then set visibility false. So again, if I run the app, then only delete icon is going to be displayed here. And now we can work on like how to delete this node, single node, right? Okay, so if I go back here, okay, now there is only delete node. Okay, so we'll go in here and we'll work on this. Simply if menu item ID is going to be is equal to rd delete, and this is the menu item that I did not show you because I copied it, So if we look here, then these are the menu items that we had created. Item and all these, search and delete, right? So I'll just go here. Okay, if this is here, then what it needs to do is, first of all, like, I'll just write codes to like, once it deleted, take me back to home fragment, and also like give us the toast message that the note is deleted, and we'll go in the view model to write its logic also. Note is deleted. Okay, so this is not the real work. Real work begins here. So what I'll just do is fun delete note, okay, and fun del node nodes, because this is also done with the help of Kotlin coroutine. So what I'll just do is repo. Okay, that's great. Delete node nodes, and I'll just access this in here, view model dot delete node. Okay, now which node it has to delete? We know that it has to, like, first it needs to have an ID, right? It needs to have a reference. So what I'll do here is I'll just find an ID, like here wall ID to delete, and again we had this ID parameter with the help of ID variable, with the help of bundle that we got the ID when we click on it. We automatically get it with the help of adapter, and we are navigated through edit fragment. So we have this ID. Now we have the reference to this ID. So what I'll do here is, it's simple, ID to delete, and okay, so yeah, let's just ID and title, subtitle, and what was that, new text, no text, too many argument. Okay, okay, this is good. And now here required event, but this is ID to delete. Yeah, okay, now this will solve our issue. But one more thing is that in the layout, I think I have some confusion, so I'm going to take a look at my layout if I need a view model here or not. Yeah, I'm not using a view model here, so maybe let's just try to delete it from this method. Okay, so it says return statement is required, return true. Okay, let's just rerun the app and see if we have any luck deleting this. Okay, if I click on this, click on delete, node is deleted, so that is immediately that node has gone away, right? This is great. What we had intended, it's working. Now let's quickly go to home fragment, because over there we have to do some similar things. Okay, what I'll just do is I'll just go to home fragment and I'll just minimize it, because we have to implement the search. And okay, this is here, these two. Okay, home fragment is here, edit node, we can just go and get some code from here that we had used. Okay, and let's just go to home fragment. Okay, where is our, yep. Here again we have to add that decrypted deprecation, I think. Yeah, you can say obsolete, yeah, obsolete. That kind of word I think is used to. Okay, for on create view. Okay, that's great. What I'll just do is here again. Oh wow, menu inflator dot inflate. It's going to be menu dot id dot menu. No, menu. I think done a little bit of a mistake. That's it. Okay, what was the code here? Yep, we just get these. Okay, yeah, we need all this. No, let's just rewrite it separately. Okay, so if search view, if we open our search view, then we want the delete icon to disappear, right? Because it would look bad. So for that we have to write a separate code. Okay, well, thank you so much for watching these tutorials and encouraging me, and if you have any questions, you can always reach my Instagram, and also please subscribe the channel, because this will further motivate me to continue making these videos. Okay, so set on search bar, and at the same time okay, so let's just see this menu item. Oh wow, dot action view as search view. Now what we can do is set on open, no, set on search click listener. So whenever the search view is on, what we want to do is we want the delete icon to be like not visible, and I think I need one boolean value to make sure that our search view is, I know this is a little bit boring. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I can explain a little bit, just give me some time. So yeah, here again what I'll just do is search view set on close listener, and on close listener is delete icon set visible true. Is opened not. So when we close the search view, then we don't see, we can see the delete icon, but when we open it, we don't need to see it, right? Okay, this is gone. So now we have a little bit of work that we have left, and yes, so in this tutorial we learned to delete the item, but also we can just implement the delete. Okay, so you see that recycler, like the recycle bin icon or delete icon is gone. I clicked on it, it's back again. So what I'll just the last thing I'll do is I'll just work on the delete functionality of all nodes, but maybe I'll just add one more node. Okay, just to show you that all nodes are deleted, right? So there are two nodes, and what we have to do is if menu item id is equals to rd delete, then what it needs to do is, and also it's expecting return true, so I'll just write it before it shows an error. Yeah, view model, and we can just add a toast message here also. All nodes deleted. We'll just minimize this. Toast length dot short show, and the reason this is showing red is because we haven't created this uh, method in here. So what I'll do is clear all. Okay, and repo delete all nodes. Okay, yeah, it's going to be okay, let's just create this here. Okay, yeah, here. del all launch. Okay, so what I'll just do here is repository. Yes, I think it should work. I'll just go here and see. Okay, yeah, we have to use Kotlin coroutine. That is what I was making sure. So I'll just go back to my home fragment and see if it's. Let's restart our app and see if we can delete all nodes. So what we have done is that we have implemented the delete all functionality also, and we'll check by clicking on this. Okay, all the nodes are gone. Right, so this is great. Our app is working great. The last tutorial is going to be about search view, and then we are good to go. Thank you for watching. And yeah, again, in this note or in this tutorial, what we have done is we have learned how to implement individual nodes and deleting them, and we have also learned how to delete all nodes. So thank you for watching. See you in the next one. Alright guys, this is the last tutorial of note-taking app, and this is where like we have done so great, and this is the 8th tutorial, and we are going to implement the search view, and rest like we have done great. So what I'll just do is uh, start working on the search view and also some of the other because there might be some error. It's like once you go back from home fragment, yeah, so let's just first work on the search view, and then we will work on the few bugs that are there in the app. So it's just that okay, so what I'll just do is I'll just create search view in on create menu, search view, set query hint is search nodes. Okay, and then search view set on query text listener object, search view on query text listener, and this is here, and we'll just implement its members. Okay, and on text change, what I'll just do is I'll create a new node filter, and I'll just pass this, and obviously this is showing red because it does not have the method for it, and here it's giving us error because we need the return block. Okay, here it's not going to come, maybe. Okay, yeah, because this is a boolean, this is returning boolean, so we have to specify it here. Okay, now real work begins here. Okay, so here we will do is we'll just create a new filtered list, array list of nodes. I'll use a for loop, I in yeah, there is some things that I have to do here. I'll just go up here and create search notes, a new list, and also this search notes, the list that I have, is I'll just add the search node it as array list nodes. So what I have done is that this list I have added in the search nodes. Okay, so what further I'm going to do is that I'll just go in here and just search those, no, search nodes, and I'll add this list search node if I node title, and if the search query means, this is what I'm saying, that if I is the word that we are typing in for searching, then contains, so whatever string that we have typed, if it matches the title, right, if it matches the titles any word, because this is a for loop, so there are 5 words, then if it's a one word, then there are 5 letters, right? So if it matches any letter, this is what this statement implies. Or the subtitle contains, then what needs to happen is add I. And what I'll simply do here is adapter dot filter list is going to be new filter list, and obviously we have not created this method in the, I've clicked on create, so we have it here in the adapter. And I'll just go back to my adapter and I will set this list, nodes list is going to be newly filtered list, and notify data set changed, and maybe rerun my app and see what happens. And while we are at it, I'll just check my main activity, splash screen. Yeah, we have to work here also a little bit, just some small bugs that we will identify first and then I will fix them. Okay, so obviously there is no note here, so I'll just add some. Okay, note saved, second note, second sub, second text. Maybe try a number here. Even though we are typing number, it is being saved as the string, right? So we can search. If I click F, and this is working. If I type a number, this is working. So we have successfully implemented the search view. Congratulations. So now this is the error that I was talking about, right? This, if I'm clicking back, and now I have not exited the app, but uh, so this is on resuming. I'm resuming it, right? So this is kind of a hassle. When I'm resuming the app, then it is still taking 2 seconds to reload. It should reload faster, right? So I'll just go to the splash screen and write this code of maybe just yeah, we'll just now with this code, the splash screen will immediately disappear. So that one thing is there, and one more thing I wanted to do is from the home fragment there is some kind of uh, thing that we need to do regarding the yes. So if I click like back on the home fragment, then what happens is it goes back to the splash screen here. If I can show you, so that error also needs to be fixed. See, we don't want that. We want it to be like take us to the like exit the app, right? Or like put the app on the pause, right? But we don't have to like press it like twice thrice to come back here. So this is the error that we have to fix, and that we will do in our home fragment. So in on view created, if I have it here or not, yeah, so I'll just create one on view created. What I'll do is just minimize the app, and we are in the last tutorial. Require activity on back pressed true. Okay, on back press require activity on back pressed backpress dispatcher dot add callback and view lifecycle owner comma object. This is much easier in Java, and uh, that is enabled true. Okay, let me just see where we are. Oh no. So here we'll do what we'll do here is, yeah, this is showing us an error because we have to implement this one in here. Okay, some error here. What is it expecting? Okay, okay, that's great. So what we are doing is, like, once we are pressing the back button on home fragment, then it should finish this fragment and require activity remove, as I told you. Okay, move to task back and true. So I think this is the last code that I have written, because this has been a long tutorial, like 8 tutorial, and my Instagram link is going to be in the description. My uh, this project similar to this is going to be in the description also. From GitHub you can download, and you can email me if you have any problem. So yeah, the app is running, and we have all the functionalities that we initially set out to achieve, right? So this is here. I'll just click on back, and now it's exiting, right? So again, this is great. If I kill the app, now if I relaunch it, then I will see the splash screen, because now on create is triggering. This is great. Lovely app. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this tutorial series, and please subscribe to the channel. Thank you.
Hello guys, welcome to a new series or app project that we are doing in our Android course. And today we will be building a coffee app, so I will quickly show you the demonstration of it, that how it's going to look. Although I have the same images, but we will change the images. And this is the price, this is the drink name, so we can just say one matcha, one mocha, and one choco. So you see here that the cart number is getting updated. If I click on the cart, I get the total price here, and I just click order, and order is successful, and then we are redirected to the home screen. This is what I'm doing. But this project that I just showed you, this is loading the coffee or drinks list that are hard coded in the Android Studio project, right? But what if we want to add a new drink, right? We don't want to go every time to uh, our project and add a new drink. Like, we can just handle it from the back end. And this is bit of advanced concept where we are using an external type of a database, which is an online database where we can just store our information and load that list into this app and then work with that list, right? And without having to open Android Studio every time, one person can just make the change on our backend server here, and then like uh, backend like cloud, and then all the changes will be reflected here. So this is what we are going to do. But before we set up the Android Studio, first of all, I'm just going to show you, like, you can just write Google Firebase and sign up, and you will be directed to a screen like this. This is a Firebase console. So you can just click on Coffee Pro, like, or drink project. So first of all, we are going to create a list of drinks, right? And the images that we want to load. And I will not be creating layouts in this tutorial, because this is a bit long one, so I don't want to waste, because this is pretty much basic, like relative layout and linear layout. I will show you the files, that how these are designed, but I will not be making in front of you, because that consumes a lot of time, and I really want to show you the main logic of the code. So we'll just say, okay, yeah, we have this, and I will find green tea image. I can say latte image. I'll just work with 5 drinks here. Fruit juice image, and black tea image, bubble tea image. Are we on 5? Yeah, I think we are on the 5. Okay, so our project is obviously uh, Android, and here we have to set up. So I'll just open Android Studio. Actually, it's already opened, and I'll just say new project, and I'm going to name it uh, drink project. And I'll just take this package name, and while it's getting build here, I'll just leave it here, and let it build. We'll go here and paste this package name and register app. And yeah, so we have this file, right? The .json file. It's a configuration file that our project is going to use to interact with this backend cloud database that we have created. Okay, so this configuration file is very important, and obviously we have to put this in our project, but it is getting built, and I think it is already like, yeah. So what I will do, I will just simply download this, click on download, and once this gets downloaded, I will go into the app folder of my project and paste it there. So you can either go there from the Android Studio, but if you remember where your projects are stored like me, uh, then you can just locate your project. So we have drink project, right? And I'll put it in the app folder, not in the like a project folder, but the app folder of the project. So this is where I've put the configuration file, where it will be used to interact with our online database. And once this gets loaded, I will also show you how do we go directly from here to the explorer that I just opened here, where I pasted this file. So don't worry about that. So I'll just close this because I don't need this for now. Okay, back to here. And obviously here we need some Gradle dependencies that we must put. So, and obviously the project is getting built, so I'll just wait maybe so that I can show you on the go. Or what I will do is I'll just like these dependencies, I know where they are put, so I will add them once the project is finished. Okay, so now this is what we have, and the product that we are going to use is Cloud Firestore. So it's a online database, you could say, which helps us to like store collections list, and then we can fetch those and bring down into our app. So okay, so what I'll just do is yeah, just follow these steps. And starting in test mode means everyone can have access to your database, and once you're professionally developing it, then you can have the customized rules who can have access to your database. So let's not just get into much details about that. Yeah, it is still getting built, so I'll let it build. Yes, so the images are also getting loaded, and I will take one um, image from here if I can, because okay, it will take a lot of time, so let's just whatever is loaded here, we'll just work with that. Okay, so we have this, and now it says start collection, right? And collection ID is coffee, or sorry, drink list, or we can just say drinks. The document, so now one coffee, we have to each document represent each, like one document represent one coffee and its information. So the name is green tea. What else do we need? We need price, we can say $4. Okay, and obviously it's a type number, so I'll just say 3. And the quantity for now, when there is no order, is 0. The starting quantity is 0. And the the description, we can say uh, exotic African green leaves. Okay, we have name, price, quantity, and obviously an image. So we need the image as well, right? Yeah, we will paste the image here for of green tea, maybe this image, and copy image address and put this in this field. So we have 1 2 3 4 5, and we can say total. Okay, and that's also 0. So this is our one drink information, right? And so this is our one drink, right? Now what do, like, we need 5 drinks, so we will just keep on doing the same what I have done, right? So I'll pause the video here and I will add some drinks here first, so that this is like these all documents will become eventually a simple list, that and we can just load that list in our app, right? So I'll just pause the video and I will create 3 4 more drinks, right? Alright, so what I have done is I have just created some similar drinks and added the same information, but make sure that, for example, if we have 6 fields here, right? So make sure all the documents match the same uh, letter case, and also the same spellings and everything, right? Because I can't have DESC as description in one document, and in another one I could have different spelling, then app will definitely crash. So we have created the drinks, and now our job is to bring these into our app and work with them, right? So okay, so right now I think our still project is being loaded, and I think my PC is under some pressure. That is why it is taking a lot of time, but hopefully maybe in like 10 15 seconds, if this finishes, then we can work. Okay, and as I was telling you guys that uh, I will show you how to go to the resource manager to put the file. Like if you have google.json file and you want to go into and put it in your app folder, then you can just click on the app. That's the folder, right? And you can go in open and say explorer. So it will open up for you. So that's done. Now what I will do is I will just go and add some dependencies, right? So first of all, we will be needing data binding. So I'll say data binding true. Okay, yeah, there is some issue. Yeah, so these are like the Gradle files will uh, sometime run into issue, and like it's really stressful. So yeah, okay, and what else do we have? We need all these dependencies, and I will explain one by one that what each is doing. So just be patient. So obviously this is Firebase Firestore, the Firebase product, the database that we are using. So that is why we need that. This is for the navigation component, where we are using a fragment. Now we are not going to use an activity where I showed you start intent and you go from one activity to another activity. We are going to use a fragment. Okay, and this is view model that I already told you guys about. Yes, so this is for the view model that we were using, and this is for the live data that we can track the changes real time. For example, if I add a new drink in the Firebase, then it will be, without having to exit the app, it will be refreshed automatically. And this is for loading images, okay? And we might have to change this to 17 and 17 if our project runs into error. We have to do some other things as well. So here, okay, yeah, we need this. So what are these? These are for the parcelized. Like for example, we want to send one one variable value from one activity or one fragment to another fragment. Then parcelize annotation and implementation is needed, right? And we need Google services. So because Firebase is a Google product, so that is why we need that Google services. Okay, and yeah, then we will come in here in the project of and what else do we need here? We need the build script here that we will be pasting here because we are using Firebase. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to sync this project and see if everything works normally. And while we are at it, I'm going to create some of the packages here that we need. We can name this MVVM. We can have another package called adapter. We can have one more package called UI, and we can have one package of model. Okay, and here I'll be creating fragments, home fragment, and we will have another fragment, checkout fragment, where we have the cart, and we are going to have here drink repository. We are going to have here, okay, yeah, project is getting built, so no worries about that. Drink view model, and in adapter we are going to need cart adapter, and we need what do I need here, drink adapter. So our project has been built successfully, but we would have to see if it compiles successfully once we run the app, so let's not worry about it. Okay, drink model, right? We have got this. And now first of all, like, what does our drink looks like, right? Our drink looks like this. It has name, it has an image, it has a description, it has price, it has quantity, it has total price. So what I'll do is all these fields and their letter case has to match my model class, right? Where it's a blueprint that stores our drink, right? So we are creating a blueprint for this. So data class, okay, and we have, well, same spelling can't be different. Well, description, the case and the spelling of the variable has to be the same. And we have, okay, and this is going to be an integer as well. So let's add the parcelable implementation so that these variables and their values can be passed among the fragments. Okay, we have got this. We can just write return 0, write to parcel. Wow, let me just remove this, and this needs to get auto generated maybe. Yes. Okay, this is done. Okay, so we have created a blueprint, one, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, blueprint for our drink, right? That our drink looks like this. And I have made sure that we have the same item and the same spellings and the letter case for it. So what we will do is we will bring that list into here and load it in this blueprint model that we have created. So I'll just close this. Actually, I'll just close all the tabs. Okay, that's good. Now what I'll just do, I'll just go on the rest folder and create a navigation path or navigation graph. So where we will define that how our uh, navigation will be handled in our app. So we'll just say nav graph, and obviously I have two fragments here that I will just click on plus. So our fragment home is the first destination, and from home fragment we will go on checkout. So I'll just create a path here, and then from checkout fragment we can come back to this fragment, and I will copy paste the code of the home and checkout fragment because I don't have much time for it. So and let me just because these are the layouts, right? And I will also I'll just delete those and bring, and I'll just explain what I have designed and actually have shown you that. So what is this? In home fragment, okay, so once this gets loaded, I will show it to you. Yeah, this is loaded, right? So the same design that I showed you in the app is this here, right? This is the home fragment, and obviously this is recycler view item, right? So one item has to look like this. Our one drink looks like this, right? It has buttons, it has like quantity, it has name. So this is the design of one drink, and we are displaying it on the home fragment. So I'll just uh, scroll so that you guys can, like, if you are writing it as it is, and these layout tags ensure that we have the data binding enabled, like I have done in the quiz app. So you should remember that. So these are the things that we have done. Obviously there is no cart image yet, so I have to add it, and this is layout, right? So this is what we have done, and I will go and see what do we have in checkout fragment. So in checkout fragment we have the list of the items that we have total is, and then that list will look like, if I can just go here and show you, that list is going to look like this, right? So this is what we have designed, and obviously here we are missing something. uh, the home fragment we are missing like the cart image, so I'm going to, instead of copy pasting it, I will just show you from where do we get this vector asset cart. Oh, sorry, no. Yeah, we can just type cart image and finish, and then this error should go away. Okay, and obviously in coffee item we are missing this add and subtract button. So again we'll just go in here in the drawable, get the vector asset, and I will just say add. So I'm going to name this, and I'm going to go to vector asset again, and I'll just type interdeterminate maybe, because we don't have the Subtract asset here. Yeah, in indeterminate. Yeah. So I'm just going to use this subtract. And if I see here, once this asset is added, then it should be displayed here as well. Okay, yeah, this is good. So this is the design that we have for our app, and these are the layouts. Okay, but what I will not copy paste is this, because navigation component I have introduced, so I want to explain it. So we have these fragments, right? That we have one screen home and one screen checkout and their designs, right? But we are going to host this onto one activity, right? So we are going to host this fragment onto main activity that opens whenever we open the app, right? Our home, like main activity, gets open, and that's here is empty. There is nothing, right? This is the first screen that we will see, but we want to show home fragment. So how do we do that? So I'm just going to change this linear layout. Okay, and just give this an orientation vertical. Okay, and just create fragment. It's match parent app, mm, navigation graph. It's asking for the path that we have. So boom, you see that home fragment is getting displayed here because I have linked the navigation graph and the fragment that is hosted on the main fragment, right? So main activity, sorry. And we will give this an id. We can say nav host fragment default nav host true. Okay, so we are done with this, and now we don't have to touch anything on our layout. We have a beautiful layout that, or a working layout, if I may. And I'll just close all the tabs to right. Okay, so we have successfully implemented the navigation component. Now what we have to do first of all is go to the manifest and uses permission, because we are going to load images from the internet, we are going to access our database, so we need internet for it. That is why we are going to add these permissions. And I'll just close this again. Okay, now our drink model is ready. We will go to drink repository and fetch Firebase, Firestore, Firebase, Firestore, get instance. And what I will do is fun load drink list and return it as live data list. And what's that is going to be is the coffee drink model, because we are going to load that from, and well, drink live data list. It's of the type mutable live data list drink model. So let's just, okay, now what we have to do is Firebase Firestore collection. So what was our collection? The collection name was drink, and we have to follow the same letter case that we have here, otherwise drinks, right? So I'll just change this. Add snapshot listener. If error is not null, return add snapshot listener, else value documents for each. It's a loop that all the documents that we have in here, we can just say maybe drinks. No, let's just go with docs. Drink docs to object, and I'll just stop here to explain to you what's happening here, because that can be quite a lot. Okay, so what we have done is all the drinks that are available in these documents, load them because they look like a model that is this, right? You understand? Very explanatory, self-explanatory. I'll repeat. All the drinks that like look like this are in the Firebase document. So why not just apply this loop, go through the list, all the drinks, load them into our model which looks like all the drinks. That's simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a list, mutable list of drink model, and drinks, add this model, and here uh, drink live data, post value drinks, and here we will just simply return this drink live data. So we have the list, and I hope it gets loaded when we load it. So okay, now we will come on mu model, and I will import it. We can just simply say init download, or yeah, get list of drinks. And obviously this function is not here, so we'll just create one, and here we will just say well, repo drink repository. So that's there, and we can just say return repo load drink list, and we are going to return a live data list of drink model. Okay, why is it showing the error? Okay, yeah, because of this. What's the issue? Oh, wow. Okay, So we have this in view model. Whenever view model is initialized, this function kicks in automatically. So there is no need for like anything that special separately initialized. That is why I have done that. So we have this cleaning up to do, and I'll just do it real quick. And remember, like I told you, we are using data binding, so we don't have to use find view by id. So instead what I'll just do is I will say private let init binding home. Oh wow. So once we enclose our layout into the layout tags, if I can go back and show you. So this is enclosed, this layout is enclosed in the layout tags. It automatically generates this class for us. And then what I'll just do is I'll say binding home fragment data binding util inflate inflator, and I'll do something similar here as well because the code is same. Fragment checkout binding checkout private let init binding checkout is the type fragment checkout binding, and what I can just simply come in here and say binding checkout dot root. So that's done, and I'll just simply do the same thing here as well. Binding. Okay, now we have to initialize our view model, so I'll just say drink view model, and on view created, okay, view model, view model provider, this get what's our view model class, drink view model class dot java. So our view model is initialized, right? And now if everything goes well, then the list has to be uh, list should be loaded. What I'll just do is view model, and what we have is view model, yeah, the function is maybe private, maybe, yes. So we have to access this function in here, going back to home fragment view model, get list of drinks, observe view lifecycle owner, observer. So now we have the access to list that has been loaded right from, and I will just log it to see if it's the list that we want, right? So what I will just say drink list without like having to proceed further, or I'll just do this, apply a loop to see if the list is being loaded correctly, right? Or maybe the drinks are loaded. I is name. Okay, so I'll run the app and see if we are successfully fetching the list, and hopefully there are no errors, but I think there will be errors from the compiling side. There will be no error of the code, but there will be errors maybe because we have pasted so many dependencies in the gradle. Once the list is here, like there the work is really like okay. And meanwhile this is getting built, why don't we work on the drink adapter as well while we are at it? So okay, if this lets me, okay, the Android Studio is hanging because it was running. Yes, so we have our first compile issue is that the compile SDK has to be 34, and then we will update it and see if there are some other issues as well. So let's just change it to 34, and now let's see if we run into other issues as well. So it's great that we are like getting to learn this as well, and because this code is basically related to no matter like how difficult or easy app that you have, this code sometime can be really like difficult because we are using third party libraries in this. So that is why it kind of is sometime shows us like these annoying errors, and let's rerun the app, and if the app compiles, then so yeah, after this we have to create an adapter where we will be displaying the mm, the coffee list. Okay, another like add default nav host is not found. Okay, what's the issue with that? Yes, going on the main activity maybe. Okay, I think it's not Android dot, it's app. Yeah, let's rerun the app. Well, I really hope the app could compile without throwing, because they take a lot of time. Okay, yeah, there is error again. Yeah, see this error again that I was talking about. So why not we just go and like get rid of this 17 and then here as well. So let's rerun the app. Okay, so the build has been successful and the app has successfully compiled, and hopefully we will see a blank screen, or maybe yeah, maybe a home fragment. So and then we can just check the log message what we have put, that if our list is getting loaded correctly or not. So I'll just go back to it, and this should disappear anytime soon. Okay, yeah, here we are. Okay, so the app has crashed. For some reason the app has crashed, and I'll just go and check why it has crashed. Yeah, let's just Yes, so the app has crashed because of fragment activity and container view is showing error. Mm, Android view binary XML 16 in the drink project, and why is that? Unable to start activity component drink dot example drink project dot main activity. Line 16 layout activity main. Okay, line 16. Error inflating class fragment. Okay, let's go and see what's the issue. UI dot mm, checkout fragment, and what's the issue here? Yeah, I think I've missed something. Okay, this is getting shown clearly. Error inflating caused by Android view exception in the line 16. Okay, yeah. One more thing is missing here. Android X navigation fragment nav host fragment. Okay, now let's rerun the app and see if this issue goes away. Let's see now. Okay, so we have this successfully loaded, and now obviously we have not attached the adapter, so we will not see it. But see this drink list, all the drinks are getting loaded successfully. That means our Firebase part is done, so we will not like even like go there and touch it. So okay, that's great, and now we will just go and work on the adapter to display these drinks. Recycler view adapter, and I would say drink holder. Recycler view, view holder, item view, view. No, 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 no. Okay, yeah, and we are going to implement its members. Okay, so now what do we have is we have a drink holder, and here we have the image view. Find view by id, rid dot image view coffee. And from where are we getting this? From this layout that we have, right? Well, drink title is text view, item view, find view by id, drink title, and price. We can just import this for once. Okay, what else do we have? We have drink description, we have price, drink description, we have add button, add drink and less drink. We have these two things. And all these views are available in this file. If I can just go and quickly show it to you guys, although all these view have IDs, and like we are just linking them into our adapter file. And lastly, we have the quantity of drink. So that's again quantity text view. And what we will need this interface, so that I'll explain this later. So we'll just, because we want to click and handle this, right? So we want to have on add drink, where there is a position, there is list, and there is text view as well. So we want to like work with it. Once we click on add drink, then there is an increment, and when we decrease the quantity, then there is decrement, right? So we need to have these two functions that we can use in our home fragment, because our drink is being displayed in home fragment. That is why we have to handle these changes in the home fragment. That's the best description that I can provide you for now. I'll just have, okay, here we will, so we have to display our layout. So that we will do is layout inflator from parent inflate, and what's the layout? Coffee item parent false, and I'll just, okay, return drink holder with this view, because drink holder is taking in the view as well, right? Okay, now what we will do is we need a list, private var list of drinks, list of drink model, and private latent var listener of on drink order, and whatever the list size is, whatever the drink size is, whatever the drinks are, just return those. And also set listener is listener on drink, this listener is equal to this listener, set list, and this method will be used from the home fragment to set the list onto the adapter. And last thing we need here is drink list of drinks and position. So whatever the list item position is, display the drinks accordingly. Holder dot parent holder dot item view dot context load. What do we want to load? We want to load an image, so whatever image is in the drink, load it into holder dot image. Holder dot drink description text is going to be drink description. Holder dot price, okay, drink title and price, so that we are displaying together. So what I'll just do is string interpolation I'll be using, because I'll be using two variables value onto one text view. So I'll just say drink name, I can just add a dash to it, and is drink dot price. Holder dot quantity of drink text is going to be drink and quantity, and we will say to string because it's an integer, so we cannot display an integer on the text view until we convert it to with toString, right? Okay, so other than this we have holder dot add button, and once we click on add, then what happens is we have listener, we have uh, position, we have list of drinks, and we have a text view. Text view is quantity, I think. Yeah, and we will do the same once we decrease the drink, less drink. Okay, so our adapter is done, and obviously we have to yeah, on less drink we have to use here on less drink. Okay, so our this thing is done, and while I'm at it, I will just work with this one as well, so you know it saves time, so that we have our adapters ready, and then we will simply work on the, obviously here we have the cart holder, so need to change the spelling. Class cart holder, again the same drill we have to do. View holder item view, and I will copy paste some code that can be applied from another adapter. So we have this, right? We have simple thing. Okay, now this is cart holder, so that is going to go, and cart item, we have due layout, right? And again we will have a function here where we will set cart list of coffee model, drink model actually, and we will create one list here, private var cart list of drink model, and same thing here, return drink cart list size, and this cart list is going to be equal to the cart list that we will set onto the adapter. And here what I'll do is I want to display image of the drink that was ordered, uh, cart item image, well, the cart quantity, like whatever, like let's say I ordered 10 drinks of juice, right? So that text view, item view, find view by id, okay, cart, drink quantity cart, and lastly the cart item name of the drink, whatever the drink that we have ordered, find view by id, drink name cart, and I'll just import this so these errors will go away. Okay, lastly in the adapter what we will do is same, we'll say cart, cart list position, and one by one add this glide with holder dot con item view, load from cart the image that we have into holder dot image, holder dot cart item name text is going to be cart and name, holder dot cart quantity text is going to be again string interpolation, because we want to show in a way that once like mm, whatever the quantity is that is ordered of one drink, so let's say I have ordered like 2 drinks, I want to show q and multiply by, so whatever one quantity is, whatever the quantity is, it will be multiplied with, I mean it will not be calculated there, but it will be shown that okay, you have ordered 5 quantity, multiply by the price is $1, for example, that kind of thing that I want to show. Okay, our adapter is done, so I'll just close this, close this, close this as well, and I'll just come on the home fragment and work on this. So I'll just simply initialize my adapter, private late init, and we'll say adapter, and we can say our drink adapter, right? And also I will just on drink, because this interface was created in adapter, so it will be implemented, and that will give us these two separate functions. And I'm going to take some variables, private var price 0, private var cart count 0, and val ordered items, whatever I have ordered I will make a list and display it in the cart fragment, right, where the checkout fragment is, string model mutable list. So this is great. Okay, now what I'll just simply do is initialize the adapter. Here is a drink adapter, and adapter will get the list that we want. I'll remove this loop because that was just for the demonstration purposes. And we have binding home fragment, recycler view coffee adapter, and we'll set this adapter to it. So I'll just run the app quickly to see if our drinks are getting displayed, and they should, because we have already tested that the drinks are getting loaded here, so I'm sure there will be no problem. Okay, so our app has loaded, and yes, uh, it has successfully shown the drinks that we were trying to display. It is showing the price, it is showing everything, right? So obviously we have to work on the click and all that functionality, but it looks really good and very, very satisfying to see this, right? Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to like work on these things where the real work is happening. So okay, now what I'll just do is I'll say drink, the list that came with it, and position. So drink dot quantity is going to be increased okay, what's the issue here? mm, T, and let's just okay, because quantity is always changing, so the var type of variable is uh, for the variable that changes always, it is var, and the value that is like remains the same always, that is val type. So that we have done. Okay, quantity, once person clicks on it, it gets incremented by 1, right? The quantity gets increased, and at the same time the price that we have also gets incremented, and the cart count also gets incremented, like the number that we were seeing on the cart. Okay, oh wow. No, this is not needed here, but I will go to home fragment and create it here. Fun update cart counter. Okay, yes, here. Okay, and the text view that we had in terms of this text view has to be updated as well, right? When we are incrementing. So I'll just do the string interpolation, drink dot quantity. So now the new quantity is going to be displayed here. Okay, and existing model. So for example, ordered item find. So if we have ordered one drink already, right? And for example, I have ordered one drink, right? So it shouldn't like be added twice in the list, but it should just be increased quantity, right? For example, I have clicked on bubble tea, right, one time, and then I click on second time, but the quantity should increase, but the entry should not include, like I can't have bubble tea and number 2 bubble tea, number 3 bubble tea, depending on the quality, but I should just have a new drink getting to the list, right, getting added to the list. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'll demonstrate it once we are on it. So okay, if existing model is not null, so existing model dot quantity is equal to drink dot quantity, else if it's a new drink, then val add that new drink, drink dot name, mm, the description can be nothing, we have price and we will add the new price in here. Image has to be, yeah, the image is important, so image will be there. The quantity is going to be drink dot new quantity that we have. Okay, so we have these 3 1 2 3 4. mm. We have drink name and we have prizes. Yes, and the total is going to be okay. So the quantity is done. Lastly, the total is going to be the price that we have. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, great. And we will add this into ordered atom into new model. So this is the new order that we have. For example, I clicked on this one once, okay, this is added. Then I click on black tea, this is added. But if I click on this twice, then it will not be added twice. It will, the quantity will only increase. So that's how it's going to be. Okay, and now we will do something similar here. But before that, yeah, binding home fragment and cart quantity text is going to be cart count. So that you will see in the demonstration that there is a cart count, right? Once we click one, it has to be updated here. So that is why that is happening, nothing much. Okay, so let's just do something similar here. Let's create okay, once the user is like decrementing, like is for example, the user wanted two drinks, but now they change their mind, so they want to like decrease the drink, right? So if the quantity is already higher than 0, right, then decrement, right? For example, it's 1, then we can come to 0. That is why we have to add this check. If it's already 0, we don't want the user to decrement further like -1, so that is going to be a glitch in the app, right? And also if price is greater than 0. So these are the safety checks that we are adding in our app, that we can't just like write drink quantity. We can't just write code like okay minus, and then we are just clicking minus minus minus, and then it's taking us to -100. But only make the minus button work if the quantity is greater than 0 and the price is greater than 0. Drink quantity, drink quantity -1. So whenever like the button is clicked for the decrement, then decrease the drink number. And the text view is also going to be reflecting the quantity is being less. If cart count is greater than 0, then only decrease the cart count, right? If it's already 0 and we are pressing here minus minus minus, then like what does it mean? That means the app is trash. It's like it's already 0, then it should not go below 0, right? So that's what we have to be very mindful of. Okay, let's keep on working. Again, we will do the same thing, is that once existing model. So for example, if we are decreasing the size, like decreasing our drink, right, we are like saying okay, we don't want the drink, right? So what needs to happen is that drink needs to be deleted from that list, the one that we will display in the checkout fragment. If I have like this zero quantity, right, before it was 1, now it's 0, so I want it to be gone from the list that is finally in the order list, right? So that is why we will remove that. If existing model is not null, that means there is that drink that we were decrementing. Existing model dot quantity drink dot quantity. If the quantity of the drink that we have like pressed decrement on or minus on is 0, then what happens is remove that item from the list. Order item, remove that model, like remove that name of that drink from. If we are already at 0, once I'm at 0, I think this app will crash because I just clicked. So yeah, if I click this, it's 0, then remove the drink, right? If I click plus, then add the drink. So that is why this is representing, if it's the quantity is on 0, so then it should not be in the list that is we will see in the checkout fragment, right? And lastly, if we have decreased the drink, then the count has to be updated, right? So the counter should have the like latest number, that okay, there is no drink in the list anymore. Okay, this is done. And I think in the last, like we are in the last 10-15 minutes of our tutorial, so that is done. Now what I'll do is I will write some more code. It's okay, so once we click on the floating action button, what needs to happen is set on click listener val bundle, and this is where the parcelable implementation comes, that we are going to send all this to another activity, right? So that is why we needed that. Okay, bundle, and I'm just going to write dot apply, or I can say bundle apply here, put parcelable array list, order list, array list. So ordered item is going to be sent. See, this is the key. If we want to access this list into a new fragment, then we have to write this key exactly like it is. And then we will just say find nav controller, navigate to where do we want to navigate, from home fragment to checkout fragment, and send this bundle with it. So see, in the past, if you have seen the previous videos, over there like we were writing something like start activity intent and etc, something like that, right? But here we are dealing with navigation component, right? So that is why we have declared this path. Once I send make this arrow here, that means one id gets generated. And if I can show you, okay, so that is fragment checkout, yeah, the id gets generated, right? So this id is like this id from home to checkout fragment. That is why I'm just using the same thing. It gets automatically generated, you don't have to worry about it. So this is what we have, and now we will just simply go to the checkout fragment. Okay, so what we will do is we will say on view created, and we have to display these lists, right? So we'll say private var total price, because we want to display total price as well, and initialize our cart adapter as well. Let init cart adapter. Yeah, so let's do this cart adapter and received list arguments get parcelable array list, and the type is drink model. What was the key that we have given? Order list. And I'll just go back and check if this is the one that we gave it. Yeah, it was here, order list. Yeah, make sure the spelling are same. So once we are in this activity, in this fragment, because our bundle has brought us here, right? Our navigation map has brought us here, right? So it has brought the order list with it. Okay, so cart adapter is going to get the list, and we will just say receive list. We have set the list here, and what I'll just do is we have to do some price calculation. So we'll say for I in receive list, one price of drink. So whatever the quantity of one drink is, if there is like two quantity of one drink, then multiply by its one drink price. If I don't know if that makes sense. So for example, I have okay, like let me just run the app and then I will just show you. So for example, there are two drinks, two bubble teas, right? Then 6 is 1, right? So we have quantities to 6 to the 12. So that is what is calculating, right? Okay. So binding checkout dot uh, recycler view adapter, and we'll just set cart adapter, and binding checkout dot total price text is going to be is equal to total price is total price. Okay, and once we the last code that we are going to write is binding checkout order button set on click listener. So once we have clicked the order, then the received list is going to be clear, the list is empty, the adapter is notified. That means like refresh the adapter, so there is no longer nothing to display, and total price text is going to be total price is 0, because there is nothing, the order has been completed, right? So we'll just say order placed, and I guess, oh wow, length short show. And once this is done, we want to go back to our from checkout fragment to home fragment, right? Okay, let's run the app and see the moment of truth. Yes, so moment of truth. Okay, so we'll see like one drink. Oh wow, the app has crashed for some reason. Yes, so we have some error here, and why is that? Late and it drink adapter has not been initialized. Okay, we'll see that. Okay, so it says the listener has not been initialized. Okay, yeah, so the listener, we have not set the listener here. One thing was missing is that here we have to write, the only mistake was it after set listener is this in the home fragment, because we are clicking on it and it's not getting shown, so that is why the error was there. Okay, so let's see, this is one, and now this is not so much visible, but the number is increasing here, so it says, and I'll just click here, and okay, the total price is 12, but it's not getting shown, and rest everything is working perfectly. But one thing that is not working is that the list is not getting shown, so let me just fix that as well. So for some reason our app is working great, but the list is not getting displayed because of what reason? The total is there as well, but the list is not getting displayed. Okay, yeah, so this is why, because the spelling of this are were different. And now our app is finished, and yeah, hope you enjoyed this journey with me, and for the last time I will be running this app and then we will be done, because the list that we were setting onto adapter were the empty one, and now this function set list is being used in the checkout fragment here, where it is here, so that is why. Okay, so now I will reorder this, and okay, one, two, three, we have this three items, and we are seeing this 6 4 10 12, and I'll click order. Boom, order placed. So thank you guys for watching this, and I hope you enjoyed, and if you have some questions, please subscribe and ask me. See you. Welcome guys to another tutorial, and in this tutorial we will be making this beautiful news app, and we will fetch the API response with the help of retrofit, uh, and yeah, so you can see that it has got like really beautiful card view, and if we click on one card and then we save our articles, then we have our save news. If we click on this action delete button, then we can delete all of our news. If we go back, then it brings us to breaking news fragment, but we can search news by fragments also, by category also, sorry. Let's say if we need a business news, then this is the business news icon. If we need a sports news, then obviously in the action bar the name gets updated, and we can go back to breaking news again like that. And if we search, so let's say we can type Miami, so there is this Miami card is displaying, but if we can close this, then everything goes back to like the way it was. So this is basically the goal here, to develop a news app that uses uh, MVVM and Kotlin coroutines, retrofit, and whatnot. Like we have got like navigation component also. So we are using pretty much a very new kind of technology of Android, and all of these files, like the logic files where we create the code, I'll be like making in front of you. But all these drawables and the layouts, I think we should not get into all this. So probably yeah, once I post this tutorial, the link will be provided in the description, that you can download these layouts and also all the assets that we have here. And at the same time, please do subscribe to my channel, and also like give me some encouragement in the comments or suggestions. And also you can just follow my Instagram, Samuel Codes. So at the same time, the main purpose of this tutorial is like to show you how to get a news response or like a API response. But if you're not familiar with it, because obviously it's a little bit of an advanced concept, so you have to like register here to get your API key, something like this. It will I'm not like, it is not the best practice to show the API key, but this is tutorial, so I'm just going to like show you. But there was the website newsapi.org that you can like go to and register. It's free. And once like you have got this link, so for example, if we need news about the Tesla, then there is this query parameter here, and takes in Tesla as a string, and it displays the Tesla news. But this is the API key that we get from this website. So it's just some sort of alphabetical gibberish that you can like put it in here, and then you see the response. So what I'll do here is that if I can go to my other tab where I have it, you see here, this is kind of API key looks like for most websites. So if I click on this, then all these top headlines I'm able to see, right? So like, how do I make this response more readable? Because let's see, if here is author, how do I display this word on my app itself? So let's say this is BBC News, right? And here like if we see somewhere, we'll see source, so it's ID Fox News. So yeah, how do I like fetch all this and display it in my views, right? So we will also be using Glide. That's a library that helps us to load the images, and we will also be converting this time, because if we see here, then the time is actually being shown like this, right? But how do we make sure that it displays in our readable language, right? So this is what we are going to do for this tutorial. I know it's going to be a little bit longer tutorial, and yeah, your patience is much appreciated, and please do subscribe and like the channel. So I'll see you in the next tutorial where we will set up the project. Welcome guys to the second tutorial, and we will be just diving right into it and starting a new project. Here we will just set up our news application. What should I name it? News API app. Okay, that's good. So we'll just build our project and then quickly add some dependencies. And yeah, from in this tutorial we will just set up our project. Okay, looks like our project has successfully launched. So one by one I'll just go through these dependencies that we need for this project. Although we are not using data binding, but if I would feel like, then I would implement it at the very last tutorial of this tutorial series. So you by this point you already know what are safe arguments, like we pass it through the fragments if we want to pass something, then that is for that. So yeah, we would need all these plugins, and then I would just go and enable data binding also, like explained before. We might not just use it for now. And yeah, so I'll just get chunk of dependencies that we need for this project. And okay, so this is for time conversion. Like I had shown you earlier, the time is not going to be presented to us in a like a readable format, uh, or the format that we are used to. And this is like the image view that I showed you for categories, that circle image view, and this is for loading the images from internet. This is obviously for navigation. This is retrofit and coroutines. This is like room database. Okay, maybe just change it to newer. Okay, change it to newer like versions. Okay, that's it. Okay, and also in the project module of Gradle, we'll just go and paste this chunk right above these plugins. Okay, and now we'll click on sync, and while it's syncing, I'll just try to add the assets to it, maybe layout and drawable, and also the menu. So what I'll just simply do, I'll just delete these first, even though they are being used somewhere, but we'll just get rid of them for now. Okay, they are gone, and then I'll just show in Explorer. Please note that the way I'm doing it, it will be different on your computer because you will be downloading the layouts from my GitHub repository. Please do follow me on GitHub too. Okay, we'll just open this, and layout is empty, so I'm just going to place layouts in here. Okay, these are our layouts. Also obviously fragments also, like I have shown you earlier, and we will get the animations and animations for our, like once we are navigating from one fragment to another, then we need that. And also please note very importantly that because this is an app that is going to use internet, so we have to add this permission. This is very important. And I think, in how long is this tutorial? So yeah, this is not too long, we can keep working on it. We'll just create some of the packages. This is for database, and this is going to be package, where is that? For fragments, this is going to be for service, means maybe we'll create our retrofit response and all that. Some wrapper for making sure that if there is an error or there is a success response from API, then that also is needed. And then we can go here and create another package called adapters. Okay, what else do we need? Yes, we need the MVVM package. Okay, that's good. So let's start creating our fragments, and then we can maybe go and create our navigation component also while we are at it. So in the UI we need like three fragments. One is going to be fragment breaking news, and I'll just delete one because I already have the layout for that, right? So uh, I'm just marking it del1 del2 so we can delete it later. Okay, fragment blank is going to be fragment saved news del2. Okay, now the last one is going to be um, fragment article. Okay, del3. Now here we'll just come and delete all this del1 del, and obviously we have to clean these fragments. The auto generated codes here are really annoying, so we'll just get rid of this. Yeah, I'll try to finish this tutorial within like 10 minutes so we don't get bored. And also at the same time, while we are at it, we'll just hook our XML layouts to these fragments that we have just created. Okay, now this is here. Okay, it's gone. Fragment breaking news. If you have any questions about any of my tutorial, or you want me to do some other app in some other language, please post comments so we can present that for you. Okay, now here is fragment saved news, and after this I'll just go to the layouts and explain one by one. So this is the main fragment or activity main, where all the navigation graph is going to be hosted, because this we have not created, so that is why it's showing red. Don't worry about it. Now the article view is going to be like looking like this. Okay, and then breaking news is going to look like this. It has a recycler view. It has some sort of icons that helps us to uh, like go through the categories. And then we have saved news. um, yeah, saved news is going to be another recycler view, because obviously the news that we have saved. And then there is this test item, which I can rename here to news list. Okay, so this is great. Obviously this news list, if you're familiar with recycler view, then that means like this is the layout of the all the recycler view items that they are going to follow. Okay, so very quickly just going through Android resource file navigation, and just name this navigation. We'll click OK. Okay, so our breaking news is going to be our first fragment, so that is here. We will This is like the starting destination, right? And then we can go to article view from here. So, and from saved, okay, so here it goes. From article we can go to save news. From breaking news we can go to save news, and from saved news we can come back to breaking news. Okay, it did not generate that code, I think. Okay, oh wow, some problem there. Okay, yeah, that's the path. And also from saved news it can also go to article, and from article we can also go back to breaking news. So these are our path of the destination that our navigation graph is going to follow, and we can just click on this. So to make it a little bit more arranged form, it's an automatic feature, but this home icon that you see, that means here everything, this is the first one. From here we will go to other destinations, and if I come back to activity main now, hopefully, okay, so the name is wrong, we'll just change this to navigation. So now this code we need for our, this is kind of a boilerplate code. No matter what project you create, if you are using navigation component, then this is what you would write to host your navigation graph on activity main. Going back to main activity, here already we have this name. Okay, so I'll just check my drawables, and there seems to be some issue here. Okay, they seem empty. Okay, yeah, so I think I did not copy my drawables in there, and I'll just go to my news API and create a folder of drawable. Drawable. I'll just paste all the assets needed for this project, and if I click on this now, then hopefully it should work. Okay, yeah, so all of our assets are here already. So if I go to main activity, then where am I using those assets? In breaking news, yeah, so here it should, yeah, go away. So everything is working fine. We have already like worked on our XMLs, and we have worked on our navigation and everything. Now in the next tutorial, hopefully we will just jump right to the code. Okay, so see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the third tutorial, and here what we will be doing is we will be fetching our news response, so then we can just start working on our application. So I'll just close all the tabs here to make it a little bit more cleaner and less confusing, because when we are making big apps, it's a lot of mess, I think. Okay, so what we need to do is, first of all, we need to get this API response that we have here, right? How do we arrange this in a way that like it's less messy, and how do we generate our entity classes or our model classes where we have the access to like news, and we have access to description, we have access to everything that we need from this API. So I assume that you have already registered your API key, and you have this some sort of code with you, like this kind of so what I'll just do is I'll just go to newsapi.org and try to show you. Okay, yeah, I'm already logged in, so we'll just go to get API key. This is my API key. Obviously, if you are making an app like in real life, then you don't show it. So this is the documentation, and if we want the whole headlines, if we see here top headlines, then this is my API key, and this is what is going to get me, right? So first of all, we'll just display all the headlines. Okay, this is what I'm getting, right? So I'll just control a C. Like I already told you before, if you don't have this API key here, then you have to, you know, like search through this website and read a little bit of a documentation. So going back here, if we can this Kotlin data from file from JSON. So this is like a JSON response. And how do we get this plugin here? So if we go to settings, if you don't have that, obviously I have it, so I'm just showing you. We'll go to plugins. We can search here Kotlin to JSON. So I already have this installed, but you can install and maybe restart your Android Studio if it does not get displayed at the first. So I'll just go in here and I'll just paste that all the response, and I'll just name it article, and I'll just generate, and 3 Kotlin classes have been generated successfully. Okay, so weird. Article X and source. So we can just change the name of this one to news maybe, and I'll just going to refactor it. Okay, now we're good. And also change it to article. Okay, yes, change it to refactored. Okay, while we are at it, because this is the data class that is going to store the data from API in the variables, but we are also going to use room database, right? If you remember. So for that we can create a separate class to make it less messy, and we can name that as saved article, because room data class also needs this model. So I'll just, yeah, and I'll just copy all these. Okay, saved articles. Okay, this is good. And now we'll just implement the room there. Yeah, here we'll just type entity annotated with room annotations. The table name is going to be news articles. Okay, and now obviously we need an ID for each article that we are going to save. So that is going to be our primary key also, so it gets auto generated. I have done room tutorials a lot, so I'm sure you would understand if you have been following the channels, but I'll just tell for those who have not or no familiarity with the room. So this is what, like, this is basically we are creating columns, and in those columns we are going to save the data of each article. This is the best possible like description that I can give you of what we are doing actually, because in the database there are columns 1 2 3 4 5, like columns, right? So in each column there is a column name, and then respectively it has the corresponding information for that each row or column. Yeah, okay, so here what we'll do is let me just create another column and then I'll explain. Okay, URL is for the article itself. If you don't want to store the news response in your database, local database like room database, then you don't have to do this saved article, okay? But I'm just telling you this extra feature. So yeah, okay, URL to image, this is basically our image. Okay, I'll just yeah, so what I wanted to tell you is that this source, because Kotlin can only convert primitive types like string, integer, long, right? But this is a data class itself, So Kotlin cannot automatically convert that, and we want to for like get an access to who is the source of this news. Is it CNN or whatever, right? So we have to create a class converter, and this is just a boilerplate code that we'll just use, and I'll just create class converters. I'm just going to put it here. So what is happening here again, once again? So be it the articles that we have fetched from API, or be it the article that obviously we want to save in our database, there is one variable that is taking uh, source, a class itself. So Kotlin cannot like convert it. Like if we write string here, then it is being easily converted, right? No issues. But if there is a class here, then we have to do this extra step that converts it and gives us access to the value of source class here itself. Okay, I hope that's clear. Okay, so what we'll do here is we'll just go to service, because now the real retrofit stuff is going to uh, be at work. So we'll just create a Kotlin class retrofit instance, and we'll just use a companion object, and we'll just create private wall retrofit by lazy. Lazy means we just have to initialize it once to log responses of retrofit, because sometime the response is going to be like success and sometime it's not, right? So we just want to make sure that in case we run into an error, then there is something response that we can see to help uh, like solve that problem. So this is kind of like the boilerplate that you guys can use for your other projects too. Now here we'll just get this boilerplate code from my old project, so because I'm lazy to type, and the irony is that we are using lazy also in yeah. So this base URL obviously we have not created, so we'll just create a class of utils or utilities where we will just create this constant. So again, utils, and here we are just going to paste this boilerplate code. Basically this is just for the time, right? This converts the time into a readable format, so you don't have to worry about it right now. All we want is, this is our API key and this is the starting URL, base URL, and obviously we have to add our queries in the middle, and I'll show you in a while that what we are going to do, because this, if you are going to place this API key right in front of this, then it will not work. And like I was showing you earlier, the complete HTTP link has these kind of values in it, right? This top headline and these query parameters, right? So, and the reason, if you're wondering what is companion object allows us to use the class without having to create an instance of it, so remember that. So we'll just go here, and now I can just click alt enter and then we have it. Okay, so this obviously service is we have not created, so I'm going to create an interface, name it as service. Okay, and now I'm going to create our query. So in retrofit, Get means you are getting the data, and post means you are posting the data on the server itself. So for example, if I am on Twitter, okay, and I am posting a tweet, so that means I'm posting on their server. But get is, if the tweets are being displayed to me, that means like we are getting the data from there. So similarly here we are getting the data, and here what we have done is we will just create query the country code. You can type any country code that is available on the website. There are some country codes here. If we see here, like you can get news from uh, like many countries, right? Zimbabwe, US, Singapore, and whatnot. So we are just going to use US, more common one, and then I'll just copy this, and we'll just get the page. So the page number is going to be 1, which is integer. Okay, page number, and then again there is query. Okay, API key. Then it is going to be page number is going to be followed by the API key. So the API key string API key, and obviously this is a constant too, so it has to be imported. Okay, and then response news. Okay, this response is obviously from retrofit. So great. Why am I seeing this error? Okay, there is no space. Okay, let's check. Oh yeah, here is this error. Okay, so what basically this is doing is, this is taking, let me take you to the utils. This is taking this first base URL, and then this is adding this word in front of the base URL, and then it is being followed by the queries parameters. And while we are at it, we'll just create, because we are also going to search news by categories, so we'll just copy this and we'll just change it, get by categories. So that URL is going to be different, right? So we'll just say everything. This is not a word that I'm using by my own, because this is from the documentation. And the query is going to take Q, and here similarly we'll just say category is going to be nothing, and then the API key. Okay, so that's all for this tutorial. We have successfully created our the JSON response into Kotlin classes, and we have created our retrofit service. And I think lastly I'll just also create a wrapper class that helps us to ensure that the data is like if it's a success, if it's loading, if it's failed, then this is kind of a give us protection of that sort, that we can log the errors and all that. Okay, so this is just very simple. We'll just like use this boilerplate code. Okay, yeah. So that's all for this tutorial. Now we will be working on basically our room database and view model, I think, in the next tutorial. Okay guys, welcome to the first tutorial. Although we don't need to implement the saving um, functionality for now, but I just want to get it out of the way, so like the work gets finished. So we'll just go and create some of the classes, but first we need an interface. We can name this news DAO. Then we need a view model, news view model. And then we need a news application which extends okay, and then we need a database. Also we would need news view model factory. You can just name it fac. Okay, so now let's quickly work on this. We will annotate a data access object because this will help us to uh, implement, like add, delete, or display the news that are in our database. But obviously first we will fetch the news response from our API, and then like we can store it. So this is the second stage of this app, uh, but while we are at it, so I'll just like keep on working on it. Insert, suspend fun, insert news. So what is going to be saved articles? Saved article. The reason I have not chosen this article because you know that this is for API and this is for our room database, so it's totally separate things. Okay, delete from, and make sure that the name here is from this entity, so the name has to be corrected. Okay, delete all. Okay, oh, so let's just import this annotation also. Delete from news. Okay, it's going to be query, sorry. Okay, so this query is for room, right? So that is why I have imported rooms annotation, not the retrofit. Please make sure. Sometime if you would just go and import from retrofit, then this is for the fetching the API response. This is not for querying from your local database, which is room in this case. So please be aware of this. Now also, if we want to display all of our news that are in our database, so then like we will use this query annotation. And yeah, so here we can just say get all news, and this will return live data list saved articles, and we can import. Oh, why that is happening? Okay, okay, that's good. And for if we want to select the news by ID, get news by ID, because if we want to display only one news, then we can just go live data and only saved articles class that we can pass in there. There is another way to do it, but I'm just using this one. Okay, So our data access object is done. We can go to news database and just paste this boilerplate code in here, and then I can explain what I have done. Okay, so saved articles, class converters, right? So this is where I was telling you that for the source that we have, the long story that I told you is an object itself, so Kotlin cannot convert it, and we have to like write an extra code that converts it. So that is why we are annotating our database with that, but rest is all same. This is just giving us a reference to our data access object in the database class itself. Now we'll just go and make a news repository, and here we'll just name it as news repo, and in news repo we will write some methods, and this is taking in the constructor get all saved news, and this returns live data and list of saved articles. So this is the method that we have written, and return news repository get all saved news for all saved news. Okay, this is good. News by ID, or like if we have an ID then we want to find that, so get news by ID. That is going to be also a live data saved article instance. Return news repo get by ID. Okay, now here comes the API part. This is for the room database only, for room. So from getting breaking news, so we are using Kotlin coroutines because here in our data access object we are also using suspend for inserting the news. So what I will do here is suspend fun get breaking news, and this is taking a parameter of country. We can just type code string and page number, that is going to be integer. So here we will use our retrofit instance that we have created, API get breaking news, and we'll just pass the code and the page number. Okay, cool. And we'll perform the same thing for our category. Get category news, and here we don't need page number, so that's just the category news, and that category is taking the category itself, like tech news, business news, or whatever, right? And also to delete all news we'll just use fun delete all news repo delete all. Done. We are done with our repository. Here what we'll do is view model extends Android view model, and here it is going to take wall news repository and also wall app. The context here will just pass to this. application. Okay, good. So now we'll create one mutable live data instance that's going to, because live data we cannot change, but mutable live data, like the name suggests, we can change, right? So once we are fetching the news is always changing, right? One time is this, and then another time after 1 hour we have a new one. So fetching news data, no, adding news data to our uh, adding news data, that's all. So we'll just say breaking news is type mutable live data resource, because we have created this wrapper here that helps to news, and it's going to be, this is a type mutable live data. So we can just hit alt enter. So this is the response, that resource that we have created in our app, not the above one, so just be aware. So this news class comes from here, that keeps a track of all the articles, and the article itself is a class. So this article, if you could just pause the video and, like, if you're coding with me, look at your project, and then you would understand from where to where I'm importing stuff. Okay, we'll just take a variable page number, and the value is now get no category news, same thing, but yeah, it's going to be same because we are using the same API queries. So okay, this is for category. I'm glad that in fourth tutorial we have come so far, but I'll just let it continue until we finish this view model factory also. Okay, to get saved news, wall get saved news, what do we have here? News repo get all saved news. Okay, now also once view model is initialized, then we automatically want, because if we launch the app, then there is the breaking news, right? So we want the news to be reloaded, right? So this is that init block that initially gets triggered automatically when we run our app. Okay, so first I'll create some methods for inserting the news, and then we will go towards this again. This is going to be a little bit long. Insert news, we'll just say saved article. So I'm creating a function that is going to add news to our database, and here we will just use view model scope is equals okay, launch, and this has to be done on the background thread. So saved article, saved news repo, insert. I think I have not created a function for that. Yeah, I think here has to be a function. Okay, so here it has to be news, I think Dow. mm, yes, in the repository, instead of repository having a constructor parameter, we have to add like the news data object. So I'll just change it, get news by id, and also here we will news dot delete. Okay, delete all. Okay, so here we have to create a function, saved article, and news dow dot insert saved article. And now we'll just go back to view model because it was a little bit of messed up. Yeah, okay, save news repository, insert news, saved art. Now our code is complete to add news. And we will create another function here, fun insert article, so we can use this function in our fragments. Insert news, saved art. So this is just for inserting, and for deleting we will just do something similar. Maybe we can just copy it. Okay, delete news, delete all news maybe, and this is not going to take any parameter inside. Okay, news repo delete all, and here also let's just change it a little bit. So this is for deleting, and we'll just create another one, delete all articles, and call this function here. Okay, so now our room database stuff is pretty much done, but now here comes the real fetching the categories news and fetching the breaking news. So we have to work on that, and I have this boilerplate code, or the code that I have written in my previous project, and I'm going to use it because what if, because this app is fetching response from internet, right? So we need a response, like we want to check if there is no internet then what happens, but if there is internet then what happens. So that is why, to check connectivity, we'll just copy this, checking connectivity. So this is like the code that you can find even on internet, and obviously we have to add these permissions. Okay, done. So now this is like, what is this doing? This is just checking if there is internet. Okay, display our news. If there is no internet, then like do something, because if we don't include this code, then our app will crash when the Wi-Fi or internet is off, right? Because I have tried that, and that is why this is an extra step. Otherwise we can just, if there is Wi-Fi, we can just implement code to post value to this, and then we will be fine. But we don't want to do that. We want to check if there is internet, then okay, go ahead. If there is not internet, then post something else. Okay, so with that out of the way, what I'll just do is I'll just go and create another function, private suspend fun safe or check internet and breaking news. we'll just add country code string, and breaking news dot post value resource dot loading. Okay, and now we'll just do try and catch block. For some weird reason my computer is giving me some voices, so please ignore those. Okay, here we'll just get this has internet connection. Then what? Wall response, news repository, get breaking news, pass this country code and page number. Okay, and then breaking news dot post value is going to be response dot we will create another function for this, so we'll just say handle breaking news dot response, because this function is not there, so this is giving us an error, but we'll just create it right here and just leave it. Else it's saying if it has internet connection, that we are checking in this one, so not to be confused. Else breaking news dot post value, and we are using our wrapper class that helps us to keep a track of error or success. No internet connection. Okay, now here we will just create a catch block, t throwable. So when t is IO exception, then what happens is breaking news dot post value resource dot error network failure. Else breaking news post value resource dot error conversion error. So that's without that, like out of the way. Okay, response is retrofit, so here we will just import, and here we'll just write some of the last codes. Okay, handle breaking news response is handle breaking news response. Okay, so this handle breaking news response, we have to call that function, and yeah, I'm just trying to look at where did I put that function. Okay, so if response is successful, then what happens is response's body result response. Yeah, this is basically it, right? But if we want to change it, we can just say result response. So this we can just bring it here, because this body is this body is carrying this response inside it, and if you want you can just rename it. So we have what this is what exactly I have done. I have renamed it return resource dot success result response, and then we can just return resource dot error response dot message. Okay, and now what I'll just do here is so place this function under this function, check Okay, now what we have to do is getting breaking news. In this one we have to create one function because we are using Kotlin coroutine, so we'll just say get breaking news, and it will take country code as a parameter. Okay, by mistake I clicked insert. So okay, so what is happening here is, oh wait, I think I have done this function already. Yeah, check internet is, I have done this function already. So we'll just go in here, fun, get breaking news code, country code, and then view model dot launch, check internet breaking news and code this, and now we should be fine, and we are calling this function as soon as the view model is fired up. So that's all we can. And for category news, we'll do is we will just simply get category news, because this check of internet if it's connected or not, because breaking news are the first one to be loaded, right? Otherwise our app crashes. So that is why we are just performing that check on the breaking news fragment, or where the breaking news are being loaded. Categories news are loaded after that, so obviously assuming that our app has launched and there is internet already, so then we will see breaking news, and if not, then we will not even see breaking news. So for that, if you want to perform the check for category news, you can also do that, but I'm just going to use a simple method for loading category news also. Get news, okay, category, this mutable, what is the name? Yeah, category news. So we'll just go in here, category news dot post value resource dot loading, and qual response news repository, get category news, the category string is going to be, and then category news post value handle breaking news response. So here, like, handle breaking news function that we have is basically, okay, let me just check. Yes, I think here we have to add simple news, I think. Yeah, so we'll just come back to this later, okay, once we are done. But for this tutorial I will end this tutorial here, and what we have done is we have successfully created our room database view model factory. We have not created view model factory, so we'll just go and create it. And this is not much here, we'll just copy paste because it's a simple or I'll just create it. Wall news repo and wall application, news application, it's going to extend view model factory provider, actually view model provider dot factory, and here we'll just post these codes. Okay, that's all we have to do here. And in terms of category, we'll just come back to it, okay, later in the tutorial. But for now, what we have done is we have implemented view model, we have set our methods to fetch the data, and everything is complete, and now we just have to work on the views and the adapters. Okay, welcome guys to the fifth tutorial where we will be making the adapters to display our like the news that we have loaded. Okay, and going back to previous tutorial, I was telling you that about the category news I had some confusion, but this basically is just simply this is just checking any kind of response, be it category or be it we'll just name it, this is checking any kind of response, not just breaking news response. So okay, and yeah, we'll just change the name in another function too. So yeah, this is just checking the news response, be it the top headline or be it the categories, so not to be confused with anything. Okay, so our view model and everything is done. I'm just going to close all these, all tabs. Okay, now let's just jump right into the adapters. So we are going to have two adapters. We are going to have saved article adapters. Oh no, I created it the Java way. I'm just going to delete it. Oh, it's Kotlin way, don't worry. And then we have our the usual article adapter, because we are going to, yeah, we are going to display the news. So we'll just see here recycler view, recycler view adapter, and here we'll just create article holder an inner class. Okay, article holder is going to extend view holder. Okay, and then we'll just pass article holder in here. So we are just creating this adapter to display our news, right? Okay, and now I'm just going to implement all the members of it, and also will show you a very beautiful way of like clicking on our recycler view. Okay, so what is our view looks like, where what we have to inflate, obviously. So we'll just go wall view layout inflator from parent dot context inflate r dot layout dot list list item. So the reason this is not showing is because we have to import our news list parent and false, and wall view holder article view holder. Article holder is going to take this view inside and return view holder. So this is giving us an error because we have to add in here the parameters. So item view item view, and we can just import alt enter. Okay, so now what do we have here? We have all of our views that are present on this layout, all the views here that we have of our news, how it appears. We can go back to our article holder and just all these views that we need, right? So we can just paste them here, item dot find view by id, but this is done differently if we implement data binding, but we are not doing that right now. So we are going to take one list. Okay, wall news list of articles, and this is going to be return news list dot size And also, so whatever the list is that we have to display, so it's going to be from the article class itself, news list, position. Okay, holder item view dot apply, because all the views, all the items here, we can just apply them. So text title, holder, text title, it's going to be set text, article dot text, article dot title, and I'm just going to copy paste this. Text view source is going to be source dot name. Text view description is going to be description, and publish ad is going to take, I told you earlier that we would come back to it, article dot published at. So where did this come from? If you see the previous tutorial, you will find out that I have created a separate method to convert the time and display it into a human readable format. Okay, now let's jump right back to our images, because we have to display the image also. Request options, request options from glide, obviously, because we are using glide library. And we'll just go inside our apply block for image, glide with, oh, this load. So what do we have to load? We have to load URL to image to apply request options, because this is just an extra step. If you just say load into here and just load your image, you can, but I'm just adding little bit of like progress bar, and I'm adding a crossfade effect, so this is a little bit like fancy. Object request listener drawable. So what we'll do is we'll just import this drawable. Okay, and now we will get these methods. So if it loads failed, then what happens? If the image is not there, the progress bar that I have put in the layout will be visible, because it will keep on uh, like rolling. Okay, and if it's successful, then what happens? Then the progress bar is gone, because now we have an image to display. So we just complete our glide code here by this fragment, by adding this bracket transition, drawable transition options with crossfade into holder dot image view, and our code is complete. Okay, while we are at it, we will just add a click listener also. So we'll just say interface item click listener, fun on item clicked, we can send the position, and also article data object itself. And we'll just come in here and private listener type on item it. Yes, here. Item click listener and null. And here, okay. So this listener we can set to our layout options. So here we'll just come in here and holder dot item view dot set on click listener and just add this in here. So whenever, this is a very smart way to do it, whenever this item view is clicked, then we have set our listener on it. And obviously there are methods that we have to implement, so we'll just, okay, so listener is not null, and on item clicked we are sending the position and we are sending these articles, storing the position and article in the click event in case we go to another fragment. So article came from here and position came from here. Very simple, right? So we'll just check the time. Okay, 11 minutes. Let's go more. Okay, what we will do is we will simply copy this code and place it in our saved news fragment, but that is going to take a long time. Maybe we'll come back to it later. So yeah, let's just go to breaking news fragment and try to display our news and see if all the work that we have done is going to finally, like, you know, give us some result. So where are our fragments? Okay, here, fragment breaking news. I'm going to do is late init var view model and news view model, and late init var adapter is going to be article adapter. Okay, and here also we'll just see on view created. Oh, yes, so here what we will do is we will initialize our repositories and all that stuff. So first of all, we'll say DAO news database get instance require activity news DAO. So we have initialized our database wall repository. So DAO, the news repository, had the parameter in the constructor as DAO. If you go back, you can see in the repository. Okay, here we'll just create a factory view model. Okay, news view model factory, I think. Yes, so this is taking repository and also an application require activity. Okay, I think this is the application from, if I go in here, yes, so we have to pass this. Oh, so let's just import the application, and going back to our manifest we can just add this news application. Coming back in here, we'll just go to MVVM and going back in here. Why is it the error here? Yeah, we'll fix this in our UI breaking news. And okay, so that error is gone, but this error is showing me an error. All application as application found, news application found, required. And in view model we have to add, okay, let's import this. Basically what this is doing is that usually in view model we don't need the context, but application context is given to us when we are using a application in the constructor of view model, so that gives us access to the whole context of the application. Okay, so we have done this. Now view model is equal to view model provider and this, and we'll pass factory inside news view model class.java. So our initialization is complete, and if I can get the recycler view here, so we'll just see let init rv recycler view. Okay, and rv view.find view id rv breaking news. Okay, and we have a progress bar also. If there are, like, once we load the app, then there is a progress bar that loads. Found view by id. Okay, now what we have done is we have created these methods, and what I'll just do is I'll create two more methods, setup recycler view and load breaking news. So these two methods we have to work on. Okay, we'll just leave this for now and come back in here to set up our recycler view. So we will initialize our adapter. The name of our adapter is article adapter, and adapter is going to have set item click listener. The interface we have created for the clicks, we have to set them up. Set item click listener. Yes, so I'm having a little bit of a difficulty here. I don't remember where did I put it. Yeah, so this has to give us some code maybe. Item click listener. I think we have to go back to our adapter, and we have done something there, because this should give us some sort of it should generate some methods for us. On item click listener. Okay, this is good. Set on click listener holder. Okay, this is okay. Yes, so there is a method set item click that we did not create it. Listener dot item click listener of our interface. This listener is going to be equal to this listener. Okay, now let's go here and we will see that it gives us some set item listener, and there we go. Set item listener, set item click listener is going to be this. Okay, and now here in the recycler view we can apply some stuff. Adapter is going to be equal to adapter, and this adapter is like a built-in recycler view dot set adapter, but we are using rv.apply block, so this is different. Okay, and the layout manager is going to be linear layout manager activity, linear layout manager dot horizontal, because this is something I wanted, but if you want the simple list displayed in the vertical order, that's up to you. Okay, now loading breaking news. So finally we are at the moment of truth. Okay, so we'll just see view model breaking news dot observe life cycle owner, view life cycle owner observer, because we can observe mutable live data. And so when response, because this is showing us, okay, when response is resource dot success, resource the wrapper class that we have created, then what happens is hide progress bar. Obviously we are gonna create these methods. Response dot data dot let. Okay, and again it has some response inside it, so we'll just change the variable name, and news. Okay, adapter is going to take set list. Okay, so news response is going to be equal to articles, and the reason we see this error is because we have not created this in our adapter. So let's go back, and this is the new method that we have, and this new list is going to be equal to articles. And we can say that notify data, that data set changed, and we can just add this annotation so it works. And okay, this is gone, but why am I seeing this error? Okay, yeah, okay, good. So we have set this when the response is success, Now is resource dot error. So then what happens is still hide progress bar response dot message, and that message we can log that message. Okay, breaking fragment message to string. Okay, let's create this method, and I'll just add one more, is resource dot loading, then nothing, show progress bar. So let's just create these functions. Okay, why am I showing, like, why am I getting this in here? Okay, let's just say show progress bar, hide progress bar. Okay, these errors are gone, and now we'll just go and set the progress bar dot visibility view visible. Oh no, here it's invisible. Progress bar set visibility view visible. Okay, so now let's see if there are some errors here. Yeah, here we have to implement on item clicked. So here, once we are going to another activity, we can just going to another fragment. We can work on that later, but moment of truth is like we have implemented our code successfully, but while we are at it, before I run the app, I'll just also work on the load. Yeah, but for that I don't have, I think, yeah, the category news method, and that is going to be really similar to this one. So we'll just go in here and I'll just copy it. We can hide this for now. Load category. Okay, and you just say category news, and that's all, I think. So what I'll do is I'll just run the app and see what happens. So guys, I think there is some error, and the error is because we are seeing the red color is not there, because if I go to fragment breaking news, then this color has to be added, right? So, and because this was the outline that I had created for our categories news views. So yeah, so let's just go and add this color here. Color name red. Okay, done. Let's rerun the app, hopefully it works. Okay, again there is an error. So let's see what error is this, because when we copy paste codes and there are errors like these. Let's just rerun the app so I can see the log cat. Cannot extract resource from auto compiler. mm, there are some errors. I'm not sure where is that error. Let's just see here. Colors is okay. That should go away. We'll just see if there are some other errors. Okay. Because there is nothing problem with the code, I think, but problem with the layout itself. So there is some error with the layout or some resource that we are using. Let's just rerun the app. Android app compiler parser. Okay. So we'll just pause the video and let me find it. Mm, we will just try to clean the project, I think, and also maybe rebuild the project one time, because I'm not seeing an error being caused by something that we have written. Maybe some dependencies issue or what. So guys, what I have done is I have just added this hashtag that I forgot earlier to add in my color resources, and let's see what happens now. Hopefully our app runs and displays us some news, so we can close this tutorial on a good note. So looks like our app is going to be launched successfully. I can feel it in the air. Also, there is a lot of work that needs to be done, like the saved articles, and we have to display them also, and we have to display like all the category news. Okay, yes, finally, moment of truth. Okay, yes, so it's loading, and hopefully we will see our news. Okay, there are no news. being displayed here for some reason. Well, let's just go back to our code, no problem. Go to the UI, fragment breaking news, and yeah, we have launched it, but it is not displaying the news for some reason. Let me check why. Load setup recycler view, load breaking news. This is completed. Recycler view, set recycler view. Okay, let me just restart the app. Find breaking news, setup recycle. I think our news response is working, but just we are not seeing it here. What could be that reason? Is it our adapter? We can log and see. Because this progress bar is disappearing, so that means there are news, but why are we not seeing those news? Or maybe there is no Wi-Fi. Let me check if the Wi-Fi is on here. Let's check in settings. I know this tutorial is going really long, so okay, maybe I would like to change the name of this adapter so I can identify it more better. News adapter. Okay, news adapter. Load category news adapter. No. Let's see what happens now. Because if we see our logs that we have created in the wrapper class, then all the news are being logged here successfully. Just the recycler view issue is there. So it's totally normal to have these kind of bugs because we have a lot of code that we have written. Set item click and this. Okay, yeah, we have to check something that I forgot. So we have to add this extra code. There is a reason why this code is not working. So let's just implement that. I just got reminded of it because we have set this in our view model that if there is an internet then work, so we have to complete that part also. Okay, let's go to our breaking news fragment and write a little bit more code. I know we are writing a lot of code, so that is can be tiring, but whole connectivity CM, let's just say connectivity manager, require context, get system service, because I forgot that we have written some codes to restrict as connectivity manager. Okay, wall net and info means network info, cm dot active network info. If an info is not null and an info is connected, then what happens is set. Okay, and now these are decrypted, so we have to add an annotation that suppresses. Okay, let's rerun the app now. And it was taking long. I think everything was fine, but the news are here. I've rerun the app, but even with the previous code, if you check, then app must be working. There was no problem, just something wrong with my internet, so that is why there was no news being displayed. Okay, so now it should display as news. Okay, yeah, this is perfect. So all the news are here and our app is successful. So let's just end this really long tutorial and let's move to the sixth tutorial. Thank you very much. Welcome guys to the sixth tutorial, and here we will be displaying news by the category. So very quickly, if you see the app, then there are these buttons and we have to uh, display the news according to them. So what I'll just do is I will just get these views first, and I'll just paste them here. So this is like the sports image, tech image, breaking news image, and what I'll just do is sports image dot set on click listener that we will create in a little while. Click listener is going to be cat listener. We'll create this, so don't worry. And tech category is going to have this same. Health category is going to have the same, and business category is going to have the same. Click listener, cat listener. Okay. Oh no, no health. Actually, it's business export. Okay, what was the fourth? Okay, breaking news. Breaking news category is also going to have this listener. Okay, so now let's create this listener. Well, cat listener Okay, view dot on click listener. So when it get id, sports image, then what to do? We'll just copy paste this real quick. When tech image, when breaking news image, and when business image, what to do? Load category news, and obviously we have to pass some parameter also for view model, because if sport image is clicked, then category news, get category, so the sports. Okay, and setup recycler Hello guys, so let's restart our tutorial series. And last tutorial we implemented the categories and all, and we were clicking on the article view and it was not opening. So maybe we can just remove the argument that we had created, and we will try to redo the thing where we declare the argument. So if you want to receive some kind of data through the fragments, then on the receiving fragment you can click and name your variable and custom parse-able, and this is where it gets added. And now we will just rebuild the project and try if our code works, because earlier I think we were making the class parse-able, and also there was, I think, did not there was some problem while declaring the argument in here. So I'm trying to redo the whole process and see if we are able to navigate to our article fragment, because from there on what my focus of this tutorial is going to be is to work on the saving capabilities and displaying the saved fragments. Yeah, and after that it's only going to be the search fragment, the search, and yeah, all that work. So while it's rebuilding, we'll just pause the video. Okay, so Gradle build is complete, and we'll see if we can go back to our fragment of breaking news, because we are sending the, okay, yeah, argument from here to there. So let's just restart our app. This code remains the same, but uh, what I have done is just I have went to the navigation and added this argument once again. So let's see if the click works. Waiting for the news to be reloaded. Okay, yeah, it's not working, so the issue is somewhere else. Let's see what's the logcat. Okay, yeah, here we have the error. Attempt to invoke virtual has code. Okay, source. Some kind of error lies in here, or if we can go to our article fragment. Maybe I'll just to check if the problem is just lying at the source. Let's restart the app. I just want to make sure if the problem is just coming out of the source text or not. Okay, so the source is not creating that problem. On the bind view holder, I'll just maybe re okay, let's go to the article adapter and now make some changes there, or check. Okay, where is the adapter here? I think I've lost it. Yes, here. So the adapter here is source article dot. Maybe I'll just, and actually if we run our app, then if source is the problem, then it should be displaying, it should not be displaying here anything. So that's pretty straightforward. So if, yeah, the source is here, so that means source is not the problem, something else is. So I'm just going to comment it out, and something else is creating a problem for us. Also, this source has to be implemented the parsable, because this is also going to another activity, and yeah, we have to, add this. And now let's read on our app and see if it works. So hopefully this time our app loads. Okay, let's wait for the app to be built, and it's loading. And okay, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson. So let's click. Okay, so this is great. Our app is working as expected, and if I can just click here, then source is being displayed and everything is great. I'll end this tutorial here now, because this was not the main intended tutorial. I wanted to work on something else, but this is already 7 to 8 minutes, so let's just close this here and then move to the saved and all. So thank you for watching. Okay guys, welcome to the 9th tutorial, and here we will be working on the menu and the search view and all that stuff. So first of all, we'll just go on our breaking news fragment and just go at the very top and just implement menu provider, I guess. Okay, so we'll just implement the members, and we will add some more codes here. They are related to the menu. So here is going to be in the view created. Okay, yeah, here is good. Okay, now we will be able to see all of our views, but the views that we have in the action bar are the saved and the search icon, right? So what do we do here? First of all, we have to display the menu inflator, inflate r.menu.menu, it's equal that. Now here is menu item, menu dot find item, search news, wall search view, menu dot action view as search view. Okay, lovely. Now if search view is open, set on search click listener, then what needs to happen? Then saved icon has to disappear, right? You would understand it better once we run the app. Okay, saved icon, set visibility boolean false, and I'm going to create a boolean also. Var is opened, so this is for if the search view is open, then so is opened is true. If search view, whenever search view closes, set on close listener, search view dot on close listener, and here we have to pass this is opened. Then what happens is saved icon saved icon if visibility is true and on opened. Oh wow, not done. Okay, so for search view we will just add a query here, search news. Okay, and here we will just search view dot on query, set on query text listener. So here we'll just go and add object search view dot on query text listener, and here we will implement its members. So now this is going to get a little bit like difficult from here, so let's just go in here, and if menu item id is equals to rd save news fragment, then what needs to happen is view.9 controller, and now this is going to take us from breaking news to save news fragment, right? So that is done, the first part. Now let's work on going back to our article adapter. Here we will create a method, and what method is going to be that? So the method is going to be where we will store our filtered news. So let's just get fun filtered list, new filtered list is going to be articles, and news list is going to be equals to the new filtered list, and notify data set changed, and let's just add this annotation to this. This is what we needed to do in the adapter, and we'll come back here. So here we will work like the real magic of search view, and I think it's really easy if you try to like look carefully. So this code is necessary here. Now what happens is like these are two methods where whether you want to search while you are typing and whether you want to search once you are typing then you click search. So we'll just create news filter items, and we'll pass this uh, and I'll just create a function obviously in this. Okay, and this is string. Okay, and I'll just save this one to here also and return true, return true. Okay, so here what we have to do is we will create var new filtered list is an array list of articles for I in and above we have to save actually one list. So let's just come in here and maybe initialize one list, so we can, whatever the recycler view is, we are going to save it in one list. Yes, so we'll go above and var adding response list is an array list of articles. Okay, and we'll just go in here once we are fetching loading news. Okay, where it is loading breaking news. Also at the same time we will just do this here as news. Okay, news response as array list. Okay, here we have added this list, and we'll just copy this and go to our breaking news where this news is response is being returned, and we will add that too. So this list now has the same elements of the news that are initially coming in from the API. So let's just go in here and implement it real soon. If so we are checking if our spellings basically match the title of the article. I don't know what's this issue. Okay, P0. Yes, it's going to be okay. Then what happens? News filtered dot add add all those news that we are searching the letter, and that letter meets the title of the any news that may appear, right? So add them in the new list, and simple news adapter filtered list is going to take in this new filtered list. So this will happen just right under this, and I think we are good to go. So what I'll just do in here is to return true here also in here. Okay, let's run the app and see if our search view is working, and also if our saved fragment is working. And after this, the only work is left are some navigation tweaks and also some animations and the delete functionality, and then we will be done. So we are waiting. Yeah, app is here. Okay, so now we have these items, but it has crashed. Okay, Why is it the problem? News response dot articles. Now it's going to work. Yeah, going back to our categories also and refactoring it. Okay, so I think delete icon also had to be hidden, but we did not, so I'll just write the code for that also, because you are seeing the delete icon also. And yeah, so we can just hide it later. So here let's just check if our search view is working. Okay, so now the title is WWE WrestleMania, right? I'll just, and now you see that saved icon is gone. This delete icon will also go away. Just wait. Okay, WWE I have written, and this view I have seen, right? I close it and I'm back to my normal view, and saved icon is also visible. So we'll just go in here, and also the last thing for this fragment is to get rid of this yeah, on create menu wall delete icon menu dot find item delete all. Okay, delete all, delete icon has to be hidden from here, so it will also go away. So our search view is working perfectly, right? And we are really happy. So, and also yeah, one thing for more we needed to check is to go to saved fragment, and yeah, so we'll just click on this one. Okay, this is another error, so let's see why is that. Fragment cannot be found. Label fragment breaking news cannot be found. Okay, what's the issue? Let's see. Okay, yeah, the wrong action, fragment breaking news to saved. So now we will rerun the app, and I think that's it for this tutorial. We have implemented the search view and the uh, saved news fragment, whatever. And what we will do in the next one is to work on uh, the some other functionalities. Yeah, delete icon too. So this is loading, no need to wait for this. Maybe just go in here, saved, and you see the name is changing here. I can go back. Okay guys, let's work on the 10th tutorial, where we will be going to our saved fragment and implementing the delete functionality here. I think the app has crashed for some reason, so let's see why is that. Or maybe the app is okay, but yeah, the app is okay, but some emulator problem. No need to worry about that. So here we want to delete all these fragments, right? How do we do it? So let's just jump right into it. We'll just copy some of the code from here. Okay, save news is already open. Let's just go to breaking news and get these 3 lines that we would need. And for the delete, we already have that code, right? Written in the view model class. So we'll just go here and put this here, and okay, so menu provider. So yes, okay, there we go. And now here we only want to display, because if we set the menu, then it will display all whatever that is present in there, but we only want to display the delete icon. So here we are inflating the whole menu in on create menu. So if we see here, yeah, so the delete icon, the search and all that has to be okay. I'll just take this one line and then we can work our way. So let's just go in here. The menu is going to be here now. Wall search icon, wall saved icon, menu dot find item, the RID, search news, menu find item, saved icon, save news fragment. Yeah, so these all have to be hidden when we are in the saved fragment. Okay, done. Now we'll just come in here. Let me just go back to and I need this code line. Okay, so let's just go in here, and if menu item ID is equals to delete, then what to do? So then it should display a beautiful dialog that we can create. Wall builder alert dialog dot builder require context. We can delete it directly, but why not just create this site title, delete menu, builder dot set subtitle, or set message maybe. Are you sure to delete all saved articles? Okay. Builder dot set positive button, and the text is going to be delete all of that button. So here we are going to pass dialog dot which. Okay, so simple view model delete all, gone. I can add toast, but it will not appear on the emulator. This is the reason. And once it deletes, find nav controller, navigate to from save to fragment breaking news. Okay, once it deletes, but we will just add another button which says builder dot set negative button, because cancel. And here with simply again same thing, dialog which and dialog dismiss. And here we will just come in here, dialog val dialog builder create. So that means we have created our return true. So this will just delete our all articles, and actually for this one we have to add a little bit of okay. So our delete functionality is great. Now let's fix some other things and we will be done with this tutorial. I'm going to add some beautiful animations. So let's just go to our navigation graph. Okay, if we are entering in the action from fragment breaking to articles, right, then this should show this animation. All these animations are in the folders, and if we run the app then we will see. Okay, then true, and I will explain in a while what this extra step that I'm doing. Okay, so if we are going to article fragment, right, fragments do not work like activities. Fragments actually, if we go to one fragment to another fragment, then the first fragment that we initially came from to the second fragment, it remains in the stack, so we have to clear that. So fragment article, if we go back from fragment article, then fragment article from will be removed from the stack. So this is the main purpose of this. Okay, now again, if we are going to, again we'll just copy this whole thing. If you are going to saved fragment from breaking news, then again, but here fragment saved is going to be removed, not the fragment article, because we went from breaking news to saved. Okay, again, so now let's come to fragment article to saved, and okay, this action here again, we have gone to, okay, so fragment saved, we have gone to fragment saved, so fragment saved is going to be removed from article to saved. And I think our if we are going from fragment article to breaking news, then breaking news has to be removed. Okay, and then we would just come down, and that's all. So let's run the app. I think this would be last of our what we want to do is, okay, let's run the app and see. And I think in article view we have to work a little bit, maybe. So we have worked really beautifully on this app, and these pop up to and these kind of attributes, they are very important, because you would notice, if you don't add this, then you would notice like some weird behavior. If you are clicking back, then the app won't exit, some kind of weird stuff happens. So that is why you have to remove the fragments from the stack. Okay, so let's say we are here, and obviously these two should not appear here, so we'll just work on that. But just say delete, and it is not showing me the dialog here because of emulator API, I think. So I don't know, I'm not sure if how do I show you guys. Okay, well, first of all, let's get rid of these two, and then we will talk more. Okay, let's go back. You see that animation now? You see this animation now? So there are animations at play. So let's just click on this one, and I'll just click on saved. Again, there is an animation, right? Okay, so yeah, it's working here. Okay, so if I click on delete all, boom, our saved news is empty, right? And if I go back and save again, then our article is saved again. So I'll just go back, and maybe the problem that we have faced here is if we go directly from like breaking news to saved fragment, then yeah, it's hiding. But okay, that's good. I will relaunch the app to see what is happening here. What to do? Okay, for some reason, okay, app is maybe relaunching the app. Okay, working perfectly. So if you want to further like do something on it, like implement like click from save to going back to fragment article, you can do that. I'll just click on this and cancel. Okay, going back, and guys, thank you so much. This article would not have been possible with like the help of another YouTuber, Philip Lackner, but his tutorial like had different design, and also in the app I have done like maybe 30 to 40% things differently when it comes to time conversion, when it comes to room database implementation. I have done it differently, and also the layout is different, and also what I have done is I have implemented search view differently. There is like a lot that I have done differently from him, but thankful to him for like generating like this like good content on his channel. So yeah, okay, so we will see you in the next one. Thank you.